saw that shake of the head.
All right, we ready? Okay. Is this on? Sam, is this on? I don't need this on, do I?
Nope, just that one.
Okay, the Rules Committee will come to order. With costs rising at the pump, the supermarket, and elsewhere, we're here today to deliver solutions to address the financial burdens that many Americans are facing. So let's be clear about the driving forces behind inflation. As economic demand returns, now that the darkest days of the pandemic are hopefully behind us, Americans are using more gas. But instead of making more gas, big oil companies are deliberately making less gas so they can charge people more. It's wrong. And add to that, Putin's war against Ukraine and OPEC's price gouging are only making things worse. And at the supermarket, costs are going up because of supply chain issues. But they're also going up because of corporate greed and price gouging that has got to stop. Now, let me explain. 4 conglomerates control the market for pork, beef, and poultry and use their power to increase prices and underpay farmers. They claim that meat processors are forced to raise prices to the level they are now because of increasing input costs. But their own internal earnings data contradict that claim. Their profit margins, the amount of money that they are making over and above their costs, have skyrocketed since the pandemic. Gross margins are up 50%, and net margins are up over 300%. So here's the deal. House Democrats of the Biden administration are fighting for working people and for the people who are being most directly impacted by rising costs. The Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act will increase competition in the meat and poultry processing industry to help prevent anti-competitive practices and stabilize prices. It will help us tackle supply chain issues that are driving up the cost of food and make our food supply chain more resilient. It will help lower fertilizer costs for farmers to help lower food prices, and it will help make cheaper, cleaner gas available at the pump. And by the way, you know who corporate price gouging most hurts? Communities that experience oppression and marginalization. America's racial wealth gap has been made worse by the COVID pandemic. In H.R. 2543, the Federal Reserve Racial Economic Equity Act is a package of legislation to address racial and economic inequities that limit opportunities for Americans to buy homes, access loans, and earn fair wages. House Democrats are laser-focused on lowering costs for American consumers, fighting inflation and corporate price gouging, and standing up for working families. And finally, today we will consider H.R. 2773, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act of 2022. Habitat loss, climate change, invasive species, disease, and severe weather are threatening the lives of birds, mammals, fish, amphibians, reptiles, butterflies, and bees. Sadly, the conservation window has already closed for more than 150 U.S. species that have gone extinct and nearly 500 additional species that are presumed extinct. Simply put, species are disappearing because of climate change. Once lost, they are gone forever. We must act. H.R. 2773 is the most significant bipartisan investment in wildlife conservation in a generation. The funding will directly benefit on-the-ground conservation efforts such as restoring habitats and fighting invasive species. These 3 bills deserve sweeping support, and I hope that our colleagues will join us in these efforts. With that, let me turn to our ranking member, Mr. Cole, for any remarks he wishes to make.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing covers 3 items. The first I'll discuss is H.R. 2773, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act of 2022. This bill provides grant funding for states and tribes to protect endangered, threatened, and otherwise vulnerable species. Although I'm a co-sponsor of this bill and am supportive, I understand why my Republican colleagues on the Natural Resources Committee have concerns, particularly with the failure to provide a funding offset or sunset provision. Certainly that's a concern that I share myself, and I think the majority should have continued working with Republicans to find a solution for this new spending. I look forward to hearing additional testimony on this matter today. The second bill I'll discuss, H.R. 2543, is a package of bills coming out of the Financial Services Committee. I believe this package of bills will have unintended consequences that will be deeply harmful to consumers and borrowers. For example, the package requires the Federal Reserve to shift away from its traditional focus of maximizing sustainable employment, price stability, and low to moderate long-term interest rates. The package would instead politicize the independence of the Federal Reserve. Other provisions are equally troublesome. Instead of requiring regulators to ensure that depository institutions are properly capitalized and properly regulated, as they should be doing, federal banking regulators will now be required to police a variety of woke metrics and unnecessary reports. Ultimately, these measures are likely to do more harm than good. They will create uncertainty among the regulators, financial institutions, and the overall credit market, which will drive up costs for all borrowers and ensure once again that banks are wasting their time on federally mandated reports and appeasing federal bureaucrats rather than making credit more accessible and affordable. I remind my friends of the significant administrative costs banks and credit unions were required to take on in order to comply with the Dodd-Frank Act. The bill before us would only add to these administrative burdens without providing customers any new services or any new assurance that their financial institution will be better equipped to weather financial storms. I urge my colleagues to rethink this package and these ideas before it's too late. Lastly, the committee will consider H.R. 7606, a package of bills from the Agriculture and Energy and Commerce Committees, ostensibly aimed at protecting the agricultural supply chain from disruptions and reducing the historic levels of inflation that had now reached 40-year high. Sadly, this package was a missed opportunity for bipartisanship. I understand that most of the bills in this package either have Republican support or could have been the subject of negotiation. Unfortunately, rather than doing the hard work of negotiating with Republicans on a comprehensive package that can get bipartisan support, the majority instead chose to go it alone and opted to include a partisan poison pill that ensures that most, if not all, Republicans cannot support this legislation. The poison pill provision I mentioned would create a duplicative and unfunded office within the Department of Agriculture that is granted special powers to initiate litigation on its own authority against meat packers and poultry dealers. This is contrary to existing law and practice and duplicates existing offices that already have the power to enforce the Packers and Stockyard Act. Indeed, the last thing we need right now are more unfunded mandates and uncontrollable bureaucrats with the power to haul people into court. It's disappointing that the majority is now belatedly bringing forward bills in an attempt to deflect away from the Biden administration's historic failures that have led us to this point. But instead of taking action to protect supply chains, reduce regulatory burdens, and lower inflation, the majority in the Biden administration are instead pointing fingers and bringing up messaging bills that will only make these problems worse. We can do better than this, Mr. Chairman. America expects us to do better. I urge my colleagues to reject this package and instead focus on real regulatory reforms that will prevent gridlock, restore the supply chain, and ensure costs begin to come down for beleaguered consumers who are rapidly watching more and more of their paychecks evaporate at the gas pump and the grocery store each week as inflation soars higher and higher. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields back his time. I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on H.R. 7606, the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act. Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, we're delighted that you are here. I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Chairman Scott.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern, and to you, Ranking Member Cole, and to each of you distinguished members of the House Rules Committee. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to appear today to discuss our act, which is the Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act. It is a very bipartisan legislative package, and I want to emphasize that point. We've been working diligently, both Democrats and Republicans, to diligently pull together in our efforts to provide needed relief for our farmers, our ranchers, and our consumers in two basic areas: bringing down the price of food and the price of fuels, to keep our families strong, to keep our automobiles secure, and having viable, cost-efficient fuel sources. And as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, the last 2 years have led to drastic fluctuation in prices for our farmers, for our consumers, ranging from the field to the grocery aisle. Lower Food and Fuel Cost Act will address key pieces of this supply chain. And let me briefly explain what this package is that's before us today. Number one, our legislative package will ensure robust competition in the meat and poultry sector. Number two, it will provide lower costs at the grocery store. Our American people are hungry, not just for food, but to see Democrats and Republicans coming together to lower the cost of food in our grocery stores. And we want to also make sure that we lower the cost for farmers and empower farmers to help provide good fuel choices and lower prices at the pump. And also, importantly, strengthen our food supply chain. Our bill and the bulk of this package was reported out on a strong bipartisan basis by our House Agriculture Committee on May 17th. Also, 6 of our 7 bills in the package have bipartisan co-sponsors, even with 2 of our bills having Republicans as the lead co-sponsors. Now, also, I want to bring your attention and memory to a hearing that I had earlier this year when our House Agriculture Committee exposed some very pertinent and information to the nation, thanks to C-SPAN's excellent coverage. Our nation heard some very dramatic, impassioned, and motivated testimony from our ranchers about the importance of giving USDA the necessary tools to enforce existing competition laws in our meat and poultry sector. This bill that you are having before you does that. In countless discussions with farmers, with ranchers, we've heard about their rising input costs, particularly fertilizer and fuel. And let me remind you and share, we are in an international crisis because Russia now controls 66% of our fertilizer. Think about that. That is enough right there to make sure the Democrats and Republicans come together. And when you look at what is happening in Ukraine, and you pull Ukraine and Russia together, they control 27% of the world's corn, the world's wheat. So this is why this bill is so important. And it's so important for Democrats and Republicans. The nation is watching us. In countless discussions we've had, as I mentioned, particularly in fertilizer and fuel costs, and the need to stabilize and lower these costs in order for them to continue farming and ranching, and for our trucks and truck drivers to be able to get our food to us. And this bill does that. Now, we also know that the addition of biofuels to our gasoline and our diesel fuel supplies will definitely help to lower the price at the pump. And all you have to do is turn on the TV now, every news station. That is one of the biggest challenges that we're faced with, and this bill does that. To put it simply, the added flexibility and support provided in our bills will lead to lower costs at the fuel pump and in the grocery store aisles for our consumers all across our great nation, and something that we all support. I know you. I've worked with you, many of you, for 20 years. And I've seen Democrats and Republicans come together and make this nation proud. And this is an opportunity for you to do that today. And now I also don't want to leave you without giving and expressing my strong support for the amendments that have been filed by our agriculture colleagues on our committee, Ms. Abigail Spanberger and Mr. Ro Kahana. Their provisions will help us address the need for the long-term availability of greener and U.S.-produced fertilizer options. I just go back for a moment to share with you all that glaring statistic. This bill will help us to not have to be dependent on Russia controlling 66% of the fertilizer. That's what this bill will do. We have a great opportunity here, ladies and gentlemen. We've worked on this. We have had all of our farmers and producers in, particularly in dealing with our livestock. Many people heard about our hearing, and the American people were so pleased when we brought the CEOs in, the meat processors, 4 of them that control 87% of the market, and the price stability has gone wacko. We have farmers right now and ranchers that have not made a profit in 5 years. And many of the next generation of these families are refusing to go into this business. And we also found out that 17,000 ranching businesses are going out of business every year. This is why this bill is important, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to come before your committee.
Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to recognize the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, our ranking member, Mr. Thompson.
Well, Chairman, thank you so much, Ranking Member, and all the members of the Rules Committee. It's always an honor to come before this committee, and I just appreciate the opportunity. You know, the House Agriculture Committee, more than perhaps any committee in this body, should be able to come together in a bipartisan manner to provide solutions to fractured supply chains, skyrocketing input costs, and historic levels of inflation, all of which are hammering farmers, ranchers, and working families in this country. Unfortunately, that's not the legislation before us today. And I know Chairman Scott, and I really appreciate the opportunity to work with the chairman. He and I both understand the seriousness of these issues. And while we may have disagreements on policy, I'm confident we can find common ground solutions if given the opportunity. And that's why I'm dumbfounded as to why the Democratic leadership would choose this moment as an attempt to score political points, especially on the heels of a nearly 9% increase in consumer prices, the worst this nation has seen since the Carter administration. You know, the package under consideration takes several, I think, outstanding, bipartisan, and thoughtful bills that we've worked on and worked successfully through committee, but it combines them with a polarizing bill. Polarizing not by among commodity groups, let alone members, which only perpetuates the President Biden administration's dishonest blame game. If this were a serious exercise, the House would consider each of these bills individually and on their own merits, and that would be a great way and a recommendation that I would appreciate your consideration of in this process. And Mr. Chairman, let me address some of the misnomers related to the bill that really is the polarizing bill, and that is the special investigator bill that's included in this package. In July 2021, President Biden issued an executive order on promoting competition in the U.S. economy, a key plank of the White House public relations effort to shift blame for skyrocketing inflation away from their own policies to the private sector and alleged industry concentration. So here we are, a year later, with the White House and congressional Democrats continuing to scapegoat private industry and alleged industry consolidation for historic price increases. There's one problem. Industry consolidation in the meat processing sector hasn't changed in decades. H.R. 7606, the Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act, which is a part of this package, is part of that same flawed logic. Supply chain disruptions, historic inflation are happening now. They've been made worse by the war in Ukraine, absolutely. But these crises cannot be mitigated with unfunded mandates, duplicative authorities, politicized agencies, and big government, and that's exactly what this special investigator bill provides. This bill would create a duplicative, unfunded office within the Office of the Secretary of USDA, headed by a, quote, special investigator, end quotes, with a mandate to investigate packers and live poultry dealers. Now, proponents of the bill suggest that the proposal would streamline enforcement, but that ignores stakeholder concerns that such a duplicative arrangement would confuse the law enforcement chain of command while undermining the DOJ's role as the litigation arm of the federal government. The needless layers of additional bureaucracy and obvious increases to compliance costs resulting from this bill would only exacerbate the burden of record-level inflation on our farmers, ranchers, and businesses. And there's no doubt that these issues surrounding cattle markets are of vital importance, and this was exemplified by the extensive bipartisan work conducted by the committee in exploring and debating related issues during the 117th Congress. Now, this work includes a closed-door roundtable with USDA officials, subcommittee hearing on beef supply chains with a slate of esteemed economists, and a lengthy full committee hearing on the state of the livestock industry, during which various related pieces of legislation were discussed. And at no time during this process did the committee receive testimony in support of the Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act. Now, the committee's work led to legislation ensuring continued availability of crucial livestock mandatory reporting data and the establishment of a cattle contract library pilot program, both excellent outcomes legislatively to provide an additional layer of market transparency, with both being enacted into law on March 15th of 2022. Now, this bill and its path to Florida is nothing but political, and it's bad policy. It will do nothing to lower food costs. It will do nothing to lower energy costs. If in fact our goal, and I would hope everyone in the room would agree with this, if our goal is to, quote, lower food and fuel costs, end quote, for the American people, as the catchy title of this package insinuates, then we need to go back to the drawing board because this legislation fails on both fronts. Of further concern, this package would allow separate biofuel bills to be included, which have not gone through any deliberative process and denies the Energy and Commerce Committee regular order. Now, at the end of the day, this combined package does not provide immediate near-term solutions for rising food and fuel costs, nor does it effectively combat inflation. And as an alternative, I'm respectfully requesting this committee to report a rule that grants each bill the opportunity for its own debate and vote. And if not, I'm asking for consideration of the amendments offered by my Republican colleagues, each of which would reverse the Biden administration's regulatory actions and policies that have contributed to rising inflation and input costs. And if these requests cannot be granted, I hope serious consideration will be given to any amendments submitted by Congressman Rodney Davis that would simply remove the special investigator bill from the larger package. Now, this body can act this week to bring down soaring fertilizer and other input costs harming America's producers. We can alleviate food inflation and address looming food insecurity abroad. And we can provide regulatory certainty to farmers and ranchers so that they'll continue growing abundant and affordable food and fiber to meet needs at home and abroad. But that can only happen if these amendments are made in order and allowed to be debated. Absent that, the exercise here today will certainly not lower food costs, and it will not lower fuel costs. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I thank you both for being here. I have enormous respect for both the gentlemen. I serve on the Agriculture Committee as well. And I just say, by way of a comment, I don't really have any questions. I mean, one is this is mostly a bipartisan package, which I think is important to state for the record. But I just don't understand the outrage over restoring some fairness and competition to the meat packing industry. You know, the big meat companies are raking in record profits, and consumers are paying for it. And I think that's wrong. And I think that's what, you know, one of the provisions here is aimed at trying to fix and address. But in any event, but again, I think this, as both gentlemen have pointed out, is a package of bills that is mostly bipartisan, and my hope is that it will get a bipartisan vote on the floor. Yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just have a few quick questions for my friend, ranking member of the Ag Committee from Pennsylvania. Mr. Thompson, you mentioned in your opening statement there are concerns about Title I of this legislation, that it will actually not achieve what the Democratic majority's intended goal is, but let me ask you again to make sure the record's clear. Will this legislation lower the costs in either the short run or the longer run for American consumers?
Well, I appreciate the question, and the simple answer is no, plain and simple. Now, you've rightly pointed out supply chain disruptions and historic levels of inflation are hurting Americans now. Those enormous problems are not going to be solved or even mitigated with unfunded government mandates, duplicative authorities, creating that uncertainty, that confusion within government, and I think about the compliance costs of that confusion and uncertainty that would result. There's only one place you make up compliance costs, and that's the final cost of the product that processors or any business has. So the consumer pays in the end to cover that. But politicized agencies where you give unmitigated subpoena power, litigation power, outside the Department of Justice, and quite frankly, just larger governments. You know, enforcement of Packers and Stockers Act really is a noble goal and one that I very much support, but this is not the way to go about it.
And Mr. Thompson, you also mentioned in your opening statement a better path forward would be focusing on regulatory reform. Can you expand a little bit on that, on how fixes to WOTUS or NEPA would actually accomplish goals that our colleagues also wish to achieve?
Yeah, it really comes back to the whole thing of the cost of uncertainty and what that does to any industry. And it certainly has a huge impact on the agriculture industry, on our farmers and ranchers, our foresters. You know, this administration's federal regulatory barriers and policies really have exacerbated fractured supply chains, skyrocketing input costs, and historic levels of inflation, all which are hammering American consumers. It's disturbing to watch the inflationary costs of the different types of food that American families rely on each and every day. Rising fuel and fertilizer prices, canceling essential crop protection products that have been proven by EPA's own scientists in the past to be safe and to be absolutely necessary to increase our yields. And if there's ever been a time to provide the tools to the American farmer to increase their yields, the way I look at it right now with what is resulting as a result of Vladimir Putin's evil genocide and what that has done to the breadbasket of Europe, I think in near time, probably this, I hope not, and I hope I'm wrong on this, I pray I'm wrong with this, but by this fall that we're going to see massive hunger, starvation, and death by famine in different parts of the world. Now, the United States of America, it's going to make it hard for our families from a cost perspective. Hopefully, we're not going to see anybody experience any of those other three, hunger, starvation, death by famine. But in other parts of the world, that will happen. And the way I look at it, American farmers need to have every tool available to them at this point. And any bushel that they increase above their expected average yield, I look at that as maybe a life saved somewhere around the world. So we have, and there are other things, the uncertainty of WOTUS, of the burdensome tax proposals, of ending stepped-up basis. It's just creating harm through uncertainty on farmers and ranchers and those families. The most immediate solution really is to return to a pro-growth economy by reversing many of these radical regulatory agenda that has caused needless uncertainty for farmers, ranchers, and working families. And I would put on top of that list WOTUS and certainly ending stepped-up basis.
And last question, it's been mentioned that authorities granted to the special investigators in Title I are duplicative of what the USDA already has a division charged with enforcing the Packers and Stockyards Act. You believe the USDA is doing its job, and is a special investigator with unchecked subpoena authority really necessary, or is Congress better off ensuring that USDA has the resources it needs to actually enhance its enforcement capabilities and activities?
Well, Mr. Cole, your question is really at the heart of my objection to the special investigator, which was not a strongly bipartisan passed bill out of committee. It did pass out of the bill, and I respect that. And the fact that it passed, Mr. Chairman, I'd love to see it have a vote, but I'd like to see it have a separate vote, up or down, on this particular bill. We have, and I've said this before, and I think it bears repeating, if there has been collusion, manipulation, or wrongdoing by Packers, then the law should be enforced under the existing authorities at the United States Department of Agriculture and Department of Justice, and there should be legal consequences to that, no doubt about it. But this creates uncertainty because it provides an unfunded mandate duplicative process that exactly who are the Packers supposed to believe? Having worked in a field of, in the past of long-term care where you had multiple regulators coming at you from different directions, it was tough to find out who should you follow, what lead should you follow. That duplication, that uncertainty makes matters worse. So we know that both USDA and DOJ have been looking into these matters. In fact, DOJ is trying for a third time to convict a group of poultry industry executives of price fixing after 2 hung juries, which is a near unprecedented effort. So DOJ and USDA is leaning in on this. They're doing their job. And we know that that both the USDA and the Department of Justice have been looking into related beef market allegations. A lack of a case or a conviction simply does not mean that the agencies aren't doing their jobs. And in fact, even at current staffing and funding levels, USDA's Packers and Stockyards Division filed and closed almost 1,900 investigations in 2020 alone. The division already consists of teams of seasoned attorneys, market specialists, and auditors, and has the option to pursue administrative enforcement through USDA's Office of General Counsel before an administrative law judge or through the Department of Justice and federal courts. So they have the tools. So based on its own budget requests, I think even the administration would agree that ensuring adequate funding for the existing programs and the enforcement mechanisms would be a much more logical approach. But this bill provides nothing in the way of funding, or even for the new duplicative office that it creates. That leaves me concerned that the existing enforcement resources will be drained, will be taken away from, that will have to be stretched even further to stand up this unnecessary office.
Thank you very much. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement of administration policy in support of H.R. 7606. And I also want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record at this time a CNBC article entitled Tyson Foods Higher Meat Prices Nearly Double Profits. And I'm just, I'm puzzled by having this argument. I mean, I think we should all be about trying to find ways for consumers to pay lower prices than they are right now, and that and it sounds like that that some are trying to kind of protect corporate profits, at all costs here. And I think, the focus here is that, when you read these articles like this, Tyson's Foods higher meat prices nearly doubles their profits. When consumers are paying more and more and more for their meats, farmers aren't getting the benefits. So you can't blame farmers for the prices that Tyson's is charging. Something's not right here. And so, yeah, there's a lot of things that we need to consider, but clearly price gouging is one of them. And I think any attempt that gets to the bottom of this or encourages some of these corporations to be a little bit more sensitive to the economic realities that people are dealing with right now, between coming out of COVID and inflation that is global, the impacts of the war in Ukraine. All this stuff is playing a fact. In fact, we ought to be all figuring out ways to come together on this. So, in any event, Mrs. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also support these bills. Thank you, Chairman, for bringing them forward, and thank you for trying to work together with our Republican colleagues to bring some relief to our constituents. Inflation is a real problem for our families, and we must do everything that we can to help. And while we are doing everything that we can to help, some of us are pretending to really care about the cost, the constant increase in cost at the grocery store. I want to quote from a statement that was made by Tyson. Tyson said that they're not asking our consumers to pay for their inefficiencies. They are asking our consumers to pay for the cost of inflation. So we all know that we were shut down for 2 years. Workers were asked to stay home. Tyson workers were frontline workers, and they were denied basic PPE. They were denied overtime until all of this came to light, and we strongly pushed against those efforts to continue to push these workers to do more while the company stayed healthy. Their profits, the profits have gone up by 48% from the first quarter of 2021. So capitalism, Mr. Ranking Member, without competition is exploitation. Exploitation of the consumers and exploitation of the workers. And we must stand together and push against that, because our mutual constituents are paying the price for this. There are only 4 companies, Tyson, JBS, Marfrig, and Seaboard, control 85% of the meat products. So, they can truly name whatever price that they want. And as consumers, we truly have no other choice but to pay for whatever price that they demand. So once again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing these bills forward, and thank you again for continuing to try to bring some relief to our constituents, and I yield back.
Dr. Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank our witnesses for being here today. And I think as you've referenced, Mr. Thompson, and obviously you know, Mr. Scott, your committee's activities this year are probably more important than at any time in recent memory because of, Mr. Thompson, just the problems that you have alluded to. The possibility of a global insufficiency in foodstuffs is looming pretty large because of activities that are happening around the world. It got my attention when the cost of fertilizer was mentioned, having paid a fertilizer bill this year for my little plot of land that was astonishingly high. But I'm hard-pressed in reading the actual language in front of us, how fertilizer prices are coming down. Is there a direct effect that this bill will have on fertilizer prices?
Well, I appreciate the question. I don't think there's an effective approach on fertilizer prices. Fertilizer prices obviously were compounded by the Ukraine. I don't think anybody denies the genocide that happened by an evil dictator, Vladimir Putin, hasn't impacted. The chairman did a nice job of outlining the resources that come out of Ukraine and Russia, and we're not able to get from Ukraine, and we're not buying from Russia at this point. But the cost of fertilizer price was going up well before Vladimir Putin launched his attacks into the Ukraine. They really happened almost on day one with the signing of executive orders under the Biden administration, where there was a reduction from many perspectives that reduced the amount of domestic energy production. When you look at the cost of, let's just take oil to begin with, that's not fertilizer, but it's really, it's diesel fuel, which is a huge commodity that's used and considered in the cost in the agriculture supply chain, escalating that price. So a reduction of permitting on federal lands and waters, an increase in regulatory, just burdensome regulations that were laid over that took us from being an energy independent, #1 exporter, to being energy dependent on some very dangerous parts of the world who this administration was negotiating with to try to increase supply to meet the demand here. Then you look at the production of natural gas, same scenario, same situation. The derivatives off of natural gas, I'll take the smaller one to start with, but it's used a lot on farms. You may use propane. Propane is used significantly, but the big impact on fertilizer is the wet gas and of natural gas, that derivative, and it's that derivative that's used to manufacture fertilizer. And so it really comes down to reducing our supply domestically, which what makes us dangerously dependent on the rest of the world. But it also escalates price just through the simple calculations of supply and the demand hasn't changed. And if anything, I'll go back to my statement I made where there's probably more of a demand for American agriculture commodities today around the world because of what is happening with the war in Europe.
And I think your observation that anything we can do to increase the output of the American farmer is likely to save someone from starvation in some other part of the world, and that's a noble goal. I do remember your predecessor, that was, of course, in the days before fracked natural gas became prevalent, and the country was running out of natural gas. And I remember one of his arguments was that we were going to lose the feedstock for fertilizer, and that was going to drive the cost of agricultural products up. So that's why when I heard that we're tackling the cost of fertilizer, I eagerly skimmed through the bill to see just exactly where and how, but I'm not sure that passage of this bill will tangibly result in a lower fertilizer bill next January.
Well, if I may, Dr. Burgess, and, just falling back on the issue related to competition, I don't think hopefully nobody in this room that believes that we don't need more competition in the protein processing world. The fact that largely we've had a consolidation, and a lot of that was driven by, unfortunately, some overreaching government regulations decades ago, before anybody's time serving on this panel, that made it difficult for small and medium.
McGovern may have been here.
Small and medium-sized processors to be able to comply with. They couldn't cope with the compliance costs, and it pushed medium and small processors out of the business, and a lot of that interest were bought up by, now we have 4 companies, and we all believe that we need greater competition. This package does, and would love to see a separate vote on it. We've got a great bipartisan bill in the butcher block bill that really would provide and codify resources to help to expand and grow, to take very small processors to become small to become medium, and hopefully some that will be medium that will grow to be large, so they have greater competition. So that is not something that's been ignored, Mrs. Torres, in this bill. This is actually a part of this bill. The focus on the private, the bill of concern that we have here with the inspector bill is the fact that it won't address that competition issue, that perhaps we should be talking about providing, additional resources to USDA under the existing authorities that they have for investigation and prosecution, partnership between USDA and DOJ. That could be effective. But this bill is only going to add additional compliance costs, which means if there's anybody marginally out there that is trying to get by, not the four big processors will probably be able to cope. They'll turn those compliance costs around to consumers, but we may have some small and medium-sized processors, again, that we will push out of business. We'll have less competition at the end of the day.
So let me ask you a question. You had a hearing leading up to passage of this bill in committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
So on the issue of increasing the percentage of ethanol in biofuels, then I realize that's probably not an ag committee jurisdiction.
Right.
But the effect on engines, particularly small engines that might be used in agricultural operation, I mean, that can be significant, can it not?
Yeah, I'm proud to say, I'm happy to say, I'm not happy when I stop and fill up my gas tank and it costs $70 to do so, and that's with a pretty fuel-efficient vehicle. I was driving a truck this week and it cost, almost had to take a loan out to fill the size of that truck tank. That many gas stations I go to do provide consumers options today. So that really should not be an issue. I know that's always been an issue in the past. I absolutely agree with you. Ethanol is hard on 2-cycle engines, chainsaws, snowmobiles, lawnmowers. But the market adapts, and the market has adapted, I think, in a significant way. I'm really pleased to see the number of options when I stop to fill up my vehicle, my car or my truck, how many have a blender pump where they do have an option, non-ethanol option.
Yeah, and we have that in the People's Republic of Texas as well.
There you go.
But it has concerned me. This goes back years in the Energy and Commerce Committee. The Department of Energy and the EPA both kind of pointed in each other's direction when they were asked the question about who's done the study on small engines. And really, I think as it turns out, neither of them had to any degree. The difficulty there is then who bears the liability? Is it the station owner? Is it the manufacturer of the product? If an engine is damaged? And I know that's really not what your committee was working on, but I think it's something we need to pay attention
Yeah,
to.
nor was that able to have any type of appropriate vetting. I think there's solutions out there with the blending pumps today. Quite frankly, I'm supportive of E15 year-round. But the fact is, it hasn't had any really deliberative discussion because this is completely bypassed the Energy and Commerce Committee that has jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I do have to acknowledge the work that you've done on worldwide hunger over my tenure here. I can recall several meetings and briefings and hearings where you have been an outspoken proponent that no one in this world should go hungry. And unfortunately, I share the concern of the ranking member of the Ag Committee. We are facing a crisis the likes of which none of us have ever seen before. And I thank them for their participation today, and I'll yield back.
And I want to thank the gentleman, because we've talked about this issue a lot. I want to thank both the gentlemen who are testifying here today for their advocacy on trying to figure out ways to alleviate global hunger. And I personally believe that our American farmers can do more to promote global stability around the world than all the bombs and missiles you send everywhere you do right now. I really do. I mean, I think food is a national security issue. It's a moral issue. And to the extent that we can be figuring out ways to be part of the solution, as well as to promote policies overseas that create more sustainability. And unfortunately, as both gentlemen pointed out, what's happening in Ukraine right now, Putin is using food as a weapon. I mean, there is food there, ready to be shipped out, that he will not allow to be shipped out. And so the war that Putin has launched in Ukraine is not just against the Ukrainian people, it's against the world's most vulnerable. And it really is unconscionable what he's doing. I mean, Dr. Burgess, before you yield me back the time, I think
Yes,
Mr. Scott was trying to get.
Yeah, I'd like to respond because it was I who really first brought forth this issue of Russia and fertilizer. And it wasn't in Ag, it was in my other committee, Financial Services. And we had Mr. Jerome Powell, who was as we all know. And I raised that concern to him, that we have discovered Russia now controls 66% of the world's fertilizer. Jerome Powell said to me and to our committee at that time, Congressman, you have hit the nail on the head. This is a critical issue. Now, this is why both Ms. Spanberger's amendment and Kahana's specifically does this. It provides provisions that will help us address the need for the long-term availability of greener and United States produced fertilizer options. That's in this amendment. Now, on the other points that have been raised, folks, who controls the supply? Controls the price. Basic economics, right there. These 4 meat packers control the price. They are running our family farms at $17,000 a year out of business. And if we don't do something about it, these folks are going to do the same thing they're doing in collusion. There was a time back when there were hundreds, thousands of meat packers. Now there are only basically 4. Now, let me give you some other information. When we brought the packers in, when we brought the ranchers in, we also shared the discussion point that they had. They said, no, it ain't supplies, none of that. It was COVID-19. But then we brought up the chart that showed when these prices started zooming up compared to when COVID-19 started in 2021. The chart showed it was 2015 at a point where the collusion first came up available to us. The first lawsuits were then. 2015, 6 years before. Now, I just believe the American people just about had it. I watched the news, I don't care which one you watch, even Fox, CNN, all of them disagree, they got their own things. But ladies and gentlemen, if we do not do something right now about the cost of food and the cost of fuel and the cost and control of the very instrument we need to grow our food, fertilizer. And that's why Ms. Abigail and Mr. Kahana's amendments are in here. Remember, who controls the supply controls the price. And not only the supply, but the ability to cut it off, diminishing it. And so that's why I just wanted to add and clarify that we're all talking about doing something. This bill does that. Thank you.
And I can count on the chairman of the Ag Committee to help me advocate for an open rule when we get to that point of the discussion, and I'll certainly be in favor of that. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Well, give an extra thank you.
Mr. Perlmutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Good to see you both. Listening to you two, I'm kind of lost and mystified as to why we don't have a party, because you both seem to be saying exactly the same thing to me. That every one of these bills ought to be on suspension. They shouldn't be even needed to come to the Rules Committee. And then there may be this addition of a special advocate or a special prosecutor within USDA to pursue competitiveness. And Mr. Thompson, I couldn't agree with you more. I did a lot of, I did oil and gas bankruptcies, but I also did packing house bankruptcies back when I practiced law. And, in Colorado, we had a ton of packing houses. A lot of small packing houses all over the place. And through, different downturns in the economy and gluts of cattle and all sorts of stuff, they fell by the wayside or were absorbed by, major companies. We have a huge packing company in Colorado, JBS, which is the biggest in the world. Now, unlike my chair or Ms. Torres, I think this is all about economics. Okay, it isn't that they're doing something bad. Corporations and businesses are in the business to make a profit. Okay, but there are times when Congress and the country must step in because we have so few competitors. And it puts those companies in a position where they can get big profits. That's sort of how they operate. And it's our job to do something about it when we feel that Mrs. McGillicuddy, living down the lane, is getting the short end of the stick, and she is. So, I looked at the bill that we've been talking about primarily, the 7606. What's the title of this thing? Well,
Lower
Ms. Vanberger's bill. And it starts off, this act may be cited as the Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act of 2022. The Department of Agriculture Reorganization Act of 1994 is amended by inserting after Section 2016 the following. Office of the Special Investigator for Competition. A, establishment. There is established in the department an office to be known as the Office of Special Investigator for Competition Matters. B, The office shall be headed by the Special Investigator for Competition Matters, who shall be a senior career employee. The duties use all available tools, including subpoenas, to investigate and prosecute violations of the Packers and Stockyards Act, serve as the department liaison to and act in consultation with the Department of Justice and the Federal Trade Commission with respect to competition and trade practices in the food and agricultural sector. So the last time we had this consolidation of packing houses was back in the early 1900s, and we had to break up different trusts. And one of the big trusts was in the packing business, and that's when we came up with the Packers and Stockyards Act. So reading those first two duties of this special investigator, what is it that you oppose?
Well, the fact that it's duplicative of what's going on now, and it's not like, and I appreciate your grasp on history with packing houses. That's really good, and it's much appreciated. But in 2020, the Stockyards and Packers Act, under that authority, USDA closed, not pursued, closed 1,900 cases in 2020 alone. And I apologize, I don't have the number of active cases that we're actually working on. So, and the point being is, this special investigator is it's not funded, it's a mandate. It's going to draw resources away from the folks who are doing the job now. It could add duplicative levels of compliance, maybe conflicting levels of compliance.
I'd say to my friend, Mr. Thompson, that it isn't duplicative. A lot of what they're dealing with are brands, and is somebody, not pay for a particular cow that's being slaughtered. This is focused purely on competition, something that we haven't done since 1920, so 100 years ago. And we're now down to 4 really worldwide packers. And JBS is a big and a good employer in Colorado. But at some point, we've got to take a look at the competition, because when they have that kind of economic power, they're going to exercise it, because their job in most instances is to make a profit. So I'm not casting any pejoratives or towards them. But I do think we've got to start taking a look at this and break them up.
But I will say there's nothing in this bill that promotes competition. It's about punishment, and perhaps duplicate punishment. And like I said, if there is a type bad behavior, I want to see the DOJ and USDA prosecute.
Well, I would disagree with the gentleman, just in terms of the language. To serve as a department liaison and act in consultation with the Department of Justice with respect to competition and trade practices in the food and agricultural sector. So that is a key responsibility that would be given to this particular advocate. Then there's also to look at it from the point of view, working with the Department of Homeland Security with respect to national security and critical infrastructure, which, let's move now to fertilizer for a second. So fertilizer is nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus, I think, is the guts of fertilizers. And then there is some oil additives that you help combine it on. I mean, again, we're sort of at basic economics. What we've allowed is internationally Russia to take the lead on all of this. Okay, now in Adam Smith's economics, okay, let's have the entity, the country, the person who's best equipped to produce something, produce it, because that's done cheapest, until you give them too much power, or there's a war in Ukraine, and they use it as a bludgeon towards everybody else. And we've learned a lot through COVID, especially, that we better be the masters of our own supply chain, whether that's phosphorus or potassium or toilet paper, because it gets disrupted. And it may cost us a few more cents per roll of toilet paper, but at the end of the day, at least we got the toilet paper. At least we got the phosphorus, the potassium, and the nitrogen. And so I think this brings that sort of economic focus here, that as much as some people have loved globalization, and I certainly have, it's worked until we have a war and everybody goes to their corners, and it doesn't work so well. So I think You know, the Competes Act is something sitting over in the Senate right now, which is designed to bring manufacturing, bring this kind of stuff back to America. And I hope the Senate gets busy, or the conference committee gets busy, so that we can move forward on this. But I think the bill that you two have generally agreed on is a heck of a bill and needs to be passed by us promptly. Whether, you know, Democrats are in charge or Republicans are in charge, we've got to make sure that Americans and the people we have in this country have a good food source. And we are so well equipped to do it unless we just give away the store and we allow too few countries, too few companies to control the supply. So I just appreciate the gentleman. Mr. Scott, I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add, but I feel this is a good bill, Mr. Thompson, and I think you all have done good work, and you should take some pride in this.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
We didn't bring this bill in a bipartisan way from the committee. This was combined.
I understand that, but I mean, the parts of it
So I
are good.
absolutely agree with you. We have great bills that are within bipartisan bills, well thought out, really well deliberative, researched, and would deliver effective outcomes. But this was put together in a package, and, you know, I would just want to just respectfully request that to offer some respect to the Agriculture Committee to allow our bills to stand on their own merit for an up or down vote, whether it's suspension or whatever it might be.
The gentleman, I might ask for a division of the question, but you probably won't get it. So, I mean,
yield for just 1 second?
yes, certainly.
Yeah, no, just so there's no misunderstanding here, the bill that appears to be controversial in your eyes also had Republicans that supported it. I mean, Dusty Johnson, I think, is a supporter of the bill.
And
Miller
gentlelady
Meeks.
from Iowa.
Yeah, I mean, so there are Republicans. This is not a, you know, a purely Democratic initiative, and so I appreciate the gentleman's disagreement with the bill, but there is Republican support for this bill. I yield back.
Mr. Scott.
Yeah, but more than that, it is the nation's public that supports us doing this bill, because they're looking for us to do something. Now, ranking member here is a good friend. We work together. And when you talk about Miss Abigail's effort with the special investigator, and you say it wasn't dealt with, we in the committee tried every way we could, if you recall, to make sure you were involved in that. Now, the special investigator aspect of what Miss Abigail is doing is clearly from a standpoint of the impact on our food system. We need that in terms of us acting responsibly as a House Agriculture Committee, not duplicating what the Justice Department is doing. Everybody's looking at this from every angle possible. We're dealing with, ladies and gentlemen, we're a blessed nation because the good Lord has blessed us. If you read your history, one of the greatest things that made our nation great and why we became great was our location on the globe, because of the rich foundation of season, of weather patterns, of all of that, that gave our colonists, our people who came and built this country, they built it on the backbone and the soul of agriculture. That's it. Which means that agriculture and food is our single most important industry. And now, I don't take argument with any other industry.
I'm there with you, though.
Good, we agree
agree.
on something.
We agree on a
Okay,
lot.
I yield
We
back.
can
We
do
agree on
without a
something.
lot of times. We can do without a lot of things, folks, no argument. But the one thing you can't do without is food. And That's why we need to move these bills.
I thank the gentleman for their testimony. I yield back.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, and I can say I'm definitely going to miss Mr. Perlmutter. I love the passion, Mr. Perlmutter. I sincerely and genuinely will miss you being here. But when you were talking about history lessons and Teddy Roosevelt and trust busting, I actually think the Republican Party should go back to that. Certainly, it was our party who did it. And big corporations are no fan of our party right now. I'd love to start with Google and Amazon and other big tech firms, but you were making me wish that our party could adopt the Teddy Roosevelt mantra once again. But I digress. We were talking about hydrocarbons and their relation to a fertilizer, and just it's interesting to note that it goes to show that even if we were hypothetically to go to 100% renewables, you still need hydrocarbons. You still need oil and gas and petroleum for petrochemicals, which goes into manufacturing and as we were just saying, our fertilizer. Talking about fertilizer and ag, though, I'm very concerned about the ethanol provisions in this bill. And let's just be frank, if the Iowa caucuses were last and not first, no administration would care about ethanol. I mean, that's just the blunt truth on that. And there's a reason why ethanol can't be sold beyond June to September, and that's because the EPA has concerns about air pollution. It's this big myth that ethanol is good for the environment. There's zero evidence that it actually reduces CO2 emission. Actually, the opposite can be said, because it takes a lot of farmland offline. You've got deforestation. You've got a lot of emissions that are going into the harvesting of ethanol. And if you look at it, if you just put it in perspective, 38 million acres of land are used just to get our ethanol. You could feed 150 million people with that farmland that we're using, because right now 40% of our corn is going into fuel, not food. So I'm a little skeptical, especially when we have a hunger crisis. I know the chairman's very concerned about hunger. We've worked on hunger issues. I'm concerned about it globally, being on state and foreign ops and approps. And I just view this as just us not taking advantage of our oil and gas resources under this guise that it's good for the environment. It's not good for the environment. Otherwise, the EPA would already allow you to sell ethanol year-round. And again, people will literally starve because of these ethanol mandates. So with that, I yield back. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our friends from the Ag Committee from coming here today. I mean, we all know American families are struggling with the rising costs of goods, and food and gas prices are hitting all of our wallets. We know the Federal Reserve has a role to play in trying to help control inflation, but certainly there are things that Congress can do to help lower prices or reform parts of the economy that are contributing to inflation. So this bill is called the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act, and I believe it'll do what the name says. It's a package of policies to help lower the costs of food and gasoline and provide financial relief to working families. We know these policies won't solve inflation overnight. This is a global problem, but they can help bring down costs, and right now every cent counts. I'm particularly interested in the supply chain task force and the inspector general provisions, because our judiciary committee, subcommittee on antitrust has spent the last couple years studying the impact of market concentration on things like the meatpacking industry and what's happened there. Also, more recently, the infant formula industry. So many issues with our supply chain were pre-existing to the COVID pandemic, but the disruptions caused by that pandemic have really exposed those problems, and we do have real national security and food security issues that we need to address here. So I'm particularly interested in those provisions. Chairman, can you talk a little bit about whether or not corporations are passing down their record prices to consumers right now, and how can this package of legislation help lower the cost of food for my constituents?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. They're passing them down right straight through supply chain. we got a trucking shortage. That's key. That's number one. And, oh, excuse me.
If it's my wife, I'm in a hearing color.
Yeah. Oh, let me give that to you in case they call back. With the supply chain that we're moving on. And at our hearing, we had the first real big supply chain hearing, and we brought the Trucking Association in, and they testified and show you how complex and entrenched this problem is. We were informed that 90% of all the truck drivers beginning now for the past 10 years don't last 90 until up to 90% of 1 year. They don't last a year. That is the beginning of it. Now, let's go to the other part of your question about setting the prices. As I mentioned earlier, he who controls the supply controls the pricing. So nowhere was that more dramatically shown than when I pulled in a hearing with the CEOs of the meat packers and the ranchers. Now here is what folks don't understand. When you control that, as the meat packers doing, and as they, I don't want to use the word lie, that's a strong word. And my grandmother always said, don't use that word, that's like cussing. But the chart proved that there had to be. At some point, they sat down and had an agreement. I asked them that question. The answer came back to me from 3 of the packers. No, no, no. But the third packer said, no, not to my knowledge. I don't know who made that famous, but they didn't want to say the answer. But make no mistake about it. We did research. There had to be some sort of agreement. And that agreement didn't go to the prices on the end of the supply. It went to their involvement at the beginning. Here you got the ranchers. There's a reason why 17,000 of them a year are going out. Prices up. Because when you ranch in such an intricate and real sensitive position, not like a farmer or who raises crops, it's seasonal. But when you raise that animal, you got to go for 4 to 5 to 6 years of raising them. Now, when you have the meat packers up here setting the prices on supply, they are running the poor farmer out of business because they're putting top heavy on the amount of cattle they're going to buy at the beginning of the chain. So it's a double whammy here, and we got to deal with it. This bill deals with it, but there is another challenge in this, and that is this. The generations of young people are saying, I'm not going into this. So what's going to be left? Who is going to produce the meat for the meat packers to pack? If it's not those families, if they're losing 17 small family ranchers every year, if the younger members of that family's sons and their daughters are not going to carry it on. They were going to use the same strategy that they used to kill off all these smaller meat packing operations and consolidate. That is why this is so important. And that is why we're in this price. Of all of the products, none have reached the heavy cost that beef has. raising 18% from the beginning of the year. We all know that. So this is why I hope that our Republican friends can understand why there is pressure, why your question is the question of the hour. We're trying to do something about it in this bill, and not only that, we're working on another bill to stem the tide of the loss of these small family farms, to do something to help them. And I'm going to end on this so you know how critical it is. Probably the most dramatic thing that came out of this hearing was the element of suicide. And we had one of those ranchers there testifying. And I opened that up by saying, when I introduced him, I said, thank God for your wife, because she was going off to work and forgot something to come back home and came back in time, and that rancher had a gun to his head to commit suicide. He came in and they explained it. So the whole point is, this is a real issue. Prices are absorbing. When you go to the store, somebody sets that price. It's not you, it's not me, it's the rancher. It is those at the end of the supply chain that sells it, packages it, and gets it to the grocery store. And the reason for that is over consolidation. And that's why what the Justice Department doing, what agriculture is doing, what our own House Agriculture Committee is doing with this bill is to lower the food prices. And your chairman can tell you how much this is impacting hungry people, veterans. We're dealing with that with an issue. So anyway, I didn't mean to get so carried away with that, but you asked the pointed question. Thank you.
Well, and clearly an issue you've dug into and feel very passionate about, so thank you for that hearing as well. And that is that concentration of power, so they're not just jacking the prices up on the consumer, but also lowering the price on the initial folks, and so all that
Yeah.
monetary concentration, sometimes the free market gets a little ahead of itself.
Yeah, and what do those farmers do with their supply when they say, we're gonna buy this so much?
Yeah,
They go out of business.
okay, and that creates problems for all of us.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for your efforts in that regard, and I
Thank
yield now.
you. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I just have to say a couple of things. You know, I know that some of my good friends on the side raised some questions about ethanol, and I just wanted to, you
On
know,
your
just
side.
to the, what's that?
On your side, right?
I said on
Yeah,
this
yeah,
side.
okay.
I did say on this side. And I said they were my good friends, so I prefaced it with that. But, you know, just to mention a couple of things, you know, the engines as early as model year 2004 are approved to use a biofuel with minimal damage to engine components. And, you know, in addition, I think that Mr. Thompson had mentioned that the issue here is choice and making sure that people have choice at the pump regarding what kind of fuel they want to use. And I think that's an important thing to remember, because right now with high gas prices, there is ethanol blends are significantly lower cost, and that makes a difference in someone's pocketbook. So I think that that's an important thing to remember, and I would like to just respectfully disagree with one of my colleagues here about regarding just ethanol does burn cleaner. It does clean. It does. The output is cleaner, and you know, every part of that corn is used with value-added products. They are not. They are incredibly efficient and using every bit of that, some of it going back to feed for animals. And so they are using it as not just, I think it is an excellent thing for the option for farmers to have. If they want to sell their corn to be used as ethanol, they should be able to have that option. But also would like to add that, you know, many of the bills included in the package I do support, and I actually am co-sponsor on some of them. And I appreciate the effort to bring some of these together. I think that we would have been much better served to the ones that were bipartisan to keep together and not only bipartisan, but had broad support so that we could put these on suspension. And you will point out there's an author or two, a Republican author or two on some of the bills, but I think that in order to build, that consensus, I think it would have made a lot more sense. Those that did show that unanimous, we could have brought together. Because I think it is important right now, particularly in the agriculture community and with what we're facing worldwide and potential food shortages and things like that, that we do show agreement and maybe go back to the table on some of those that we don't show 100% agreement on and work on those. And maybe that's just one question I'd like to ask really quickly. Mr. Thompson, I understand you do have a bill that you're going to be introducing shortly that may have some, address some of that.
Yes, we, in a not too distant future, actually, looking forward to introducing a bill that really would, in the immediate, in a reasonable period of time, not long-term. I mean, I think we all are interested in innovation and technology when it comes to fertilizer. That's, in fact, American agriculture is defined by innovation, technology, and science. The fertilizer bill we're talking about here really is a long-term investment. It's not producing, it's finding that solution, and that's great. But the title of this bill is about reducing food and energy costs, and we shouldn't be misleading the American people that, this passes, gets through the Senate, President Biden signs it, and overnight somehow food prices are coming down. The fertilizer, and I'm not opposed to the fertilizer section, but I want honesty in that it's not immediate. This is a long-term investment to putting the best and the brightest to find those alternatives to the current inputs to fertilizer that you described. And so there will be a piece of legislation that we're putting forward that would address that. That would look real time at what are the things that are resulting in these kinds of prices. And this was as of over the weekend. We saw well, first of all, ground beef up 13.6%. All right. Groceries overall a little lower than that, 11.9%. But fuel oil up 107%. Gas up 48%. I mean, it's the input costs of a big part of what's driving those. And so so I am hoping this legislation that I'll be bringing forward and introducing not too distant future really was done in a thoughtful way, looking at the root causes of food inflation on American families and what would be the quickest thing that we could do to be able to make both food and energy more affordable for the American family, because it certainly is not today.
Well, and I appreciate that because it really is, it's an immediate need. And although there are some aspects of the bill that, like you mentioned, fertilizer and into the future and how we're going to deal with that, and I appreciate, into the future dealing with how we are going to bring things back to the U.S. and production. But those break-even numbers are going up, and that's input costs. I mean, you've seen the break-even numbers now, and you mentioned a few of the input costs. They're going up, and it's immediate. And we need to address all of those input costs because that's what's going up and up.
Congresswoman, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to address a little more on the ethanol issue.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to round these numbers, but about 30 million acres probably in terms of feedstock that's producing commodities specifically designed and engineered for energy production. That's out over 900 million acres that we farm in this country. Although the ethanol industry plays a huge role, and I like to describe myself as having a boot in both. I have the very first commercial oil well anywhere in the world, Drake Well, Titusville, Pennsylvania, Venango County, and I'm proud of the industry. I have the longest standing oil refinery in the world in McKean County, Bradford, Pennsylvania. But, you know, I also have a lot of farmers who are doing a good job of producing energy and clean energy. And that marriage between the oil industry and the ethanol industry has always been a rocky one, it seems like. I'd like to see that marriage be a little smoother because it is so important. They've played an incredible role overall when it comes to climate. With everything else the productivity that American farmer does of average increase in productivity, American farmer, rancher, forester, 287% since the 1940s. The application of science, technology, and innovation, that at the end of the day, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate has identified the American agriculture as removing 6.1 gigatons of carbon annually out of the air. And the ethanol industry, marriage with the petroleum industry, has been a big part of that. Now, I agree with you, choice, and that's the beauty of blender pumps. And so you want to ask yourself how, and quite frankly, Chairman, I have a hard time wrapping my head around how big a gigaton is. But when you look at the research and you dig a little deeper, you find that we sequester every bit of carbon that we emit on what we call those natural land solutions, which is farming, ranching, and forestry. Plus, we sequester an additional 10.1%, which means that the American farmer is the only really true, the most effective, let me put it that way, carbon hero in the world. And there's another piece of legislation that I find really important. It says if we today, at this moment, wanted to reduce greenhouse gases around the world, the only surefire way to do that would be for the American farmer, rancher, and forester to produce more and export it overseas because of our efficiency and our application of science and technology. And ethanol is an important part of that. I will also tell you the ethanol industry is an incredibly important part of the rural economy. So I appreciate the questions that you raised on ethanol.
Well, and Ranking Member, thank you for adding that. I was quickly jotting down notes, and you filled in the blanks for me, so thank you on the ethanol. And you remember the statistics better than I do, so I'm glad you. But I just, I have concerns. There's obviously things in this bill. I think that I share some of the same issues you've got with it, Mr. Thompson, and I just wish that we had been able to pull those things that we found agreement on out and pass those. But we also need to really look at the immediate issues that folks are facing, and I don't think this bill does it. And Mr. Thompson, you have something?
Well, if I may, if you would think that obviously the special investigator bill for poultry and livestock is really focused on the processor, right? And you would think that the farmers and ranchers would have a say on that. They're the ones that we're alluding to that are routinely abused and taken advantage of. And those farmers and ranchers come together with their own organizations that are out there. And let me just share this. In fact, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, the National Pork Producers Council, the National Turkey Federation, and the North American Meat Institute. Now, they sound like large organizations, but they're made up of farmers and ranchers. That's who the membership is. That's who, they elect their representatives, and that's how they make their decisions. They're all opposed to this bill. And the American Farm Bureau Federation has raised multiple questions and concerns. They haven't taken a position of opposition, but they certainly have expressed their questions and concerns with it. So.
And I appreciate that information because I was going to mention that and get to that and ask you how the farm groups were feeling about this. But maybe what I should do is is there anything else you would like to add, Mr. Thompson, that maybe we haven't covered?
No, I really appreciate the deliberative process, the opportunity to present, and quite frankly, all the questions that we've had on this. I would respectfully thank you for the words. Request a division of the bill, and here's why. Because I think some of the things you're going to wind up with a vote count in the end that it's not going to be a strong mandate to go to the Senate, and that's a shame for the bipartisan things. Absolutely everything other than the inspector, special investigator. Those bills deserve to have a strong, robust bipartisan vote. Because we all know it's when we send those types of votes to the Senate, we have greater opportunities for ultimate success. And how hard would it be to just, and I'm not saying don't vote on the special investigator. It passed out of committee. It deserves to have debate and to have a vote. It's that, and so if we really are serious about making a difference on lowering food and energy costs, making that division of just taking that one bill out and letting it stand on its own merits would mean that the majority of this legislation would actually have a really good, I think, opportunity to get the 60 votes that's needed in the Senate to move things forward. And I think the chairman and I would love to see that legislation, because I know he doesn't do legislation just as I don't, just to get something out of the committee and write a press release. Ultimately, when we do legislation in the Agriculture Committee, we want things to pass the full finish line to make a positive difference in the lives of American families. And I think the only way to do that would be to honor that request. So, thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. And before I yield to Mr. Morelli, I mean, it just, there are so many important bipartisan provisions in this package, including the provision that, the one you've singled out that you don't like. It's hard for me to believe that really is the, straw that will break the camel's back on whether you support this bill or not. I mean, I represent a lot of farmers too, who complain about the lack of competition in processing. I don't know all the organizations you're talking about, but a lot of the farmers that I represent speak directly to what Mr. Scott raised in this bill. But really, I mean, if that's, I've been around here a long time, including in the minority, when my friends would bring bills to the floor that would have items in it that, quite frankly, I didn't fully agree with, but yet I made a judgment that 80%, 90% of what in that bill I agreed with and had to, and voted for it. But I mean, I just, this over trying to have some accountability in the processing field where consumers are being gouged, where, as I mentioned in the article that I just introduced the record on Tyson's, I mean, making record profits, charging more for food, but those benefits aren't going to the farmers or the consumers. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here, but
Well, Mr.
you
Chair.
guys can all vote the way you want. Yeah, happy to yield.
Well, Mr. Chair, I guess, under that same kind of argument is if this is what people are concerned about and all of this other great stuff is happening, why not pull that portion out so we can pass?
Because
the
there
bulk
are
of the-
Democrats and Republicans who are concerned about price gouging as well.
We can
in this fish
continue to
product.
have that
And you know what?
discussion,
And so
Mr. McGovern.
we're bringing a package to the floor, and if this is where my Republican friends want to draw the line, so be it. Mr. Morelli.
I would just identify myself with your comments, Mr. Chairman, and thank the chairman of the committee and the ranking member for being here. I'll yield back.
Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a lot to add to all of the good comments already. I would point out, though, the bipartisan nature of this bill is really heartening, and particularly the bipartisan nature of understanding the causes for inflation that come from everything from the pandemic to the supply chain to the war in Ukraine. The one part of this bill that seems to give heartburn to our Republican friends is the part that says that maybe some inflation might be caused by corporate greed. And I believe that all of these factors are at play here, and it is up to us to deal with all of these factors, and I support the bill and yield back.
Anybody else have any questions, or
I do.
you have a question? Okay.
Well, I just wanted to add, I heard the ranking member, call off all of our national ag groups that he said are against the bill. But I do want the record to reflect that the national Farmers Union supports the bill. And most importantly, Mr. Chairman, the United States Cattlemen's Association supports the bill. Other smaller grassroots organizations also support, and we're talking about the special investigator, ranking member, that we have, and as you know, we've gone back and forth all trying to please your concerns, and we've evidently haven't done a good enough job, but we have been at it. And we've had Ms. Spanberger and to work with us. Here's the other point, ladies and gentlemen. The Senate itself is taking up the special investigator bill next week. It is very important that we do not let them be the Lone Ranger on this special investigator. We have a dual responsibility, Senate and House. We have worked hard. We presented the facts. The bill is going to be taken up over there. We do not need to run from this responsibility, and I hope that you all will join and vote favorably on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, and I just want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Reschenthaler, who expressed a hope that the Republican Party, if I'm saying this right, would be the party of Teddy Roosevelt once again, in which it was okay to take on monopolies and big corporations, and I think this is one way, to demonstrate that new identity. And again, I appreciate the Republicans that have co-sponsored the bill. And I hope there's a good bipartisan vote. Having said all that, I thank you both for coming and for answering all the questions. And this is the way things happen in the Rules Committee, which is a little bit different from the Agriculture Committee, and in terms of time. But anyway, this was a good discussion, and I thank you both for being here, and you are free to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Are there any other we will now hear from any amendment witnesses on HR 7606 at the end of the hearing portion of today's meeting. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in HR 2773, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act of 2022. Representative Dingell, Ranking Member Westerman, we're delighted that you are here. And I don't see them, but Westerman's here. There is. Absolutely. Yeah. I was gonna defend you when you left, but I didn't want to get into that.
Thank you. Thanks, Bruce.
All right, I now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Representative Dingell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Cole, as well as members of the committee, for allowing me to testify in support of the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. We are in the midst of an unprecedented biodiversity crisis. Without a change in the way that we finance fish and wildlife conservation, the list of federally threatened and endangered species will grow from nearly 1,600 species today to thousands more in the future. In fact, the number of birds in the United States and Canada have fallen by 29% since 1970, a decline of almost 3 billion fewer total birds. And 1/3 of all U.S. wildlife species are currently imperiled or vulnerable. These developments threaten our common environmental heritage, reduce opportunities for outdoor recreation, and will require costly and aggressive emergency room measures under the Endangered Species Act if not addressed soon. The cost of inaction is immense. The longer we wait to address this issue, the more resources we will ultimately need to safeguard our nation's wildlife and environment. What we need to do is looking at strong, proactive conservation measures to address these unmet needs, and that's what the Recovering America's Wildlife Act does. This legislation provides approximately $1.4 billion in dedicated annual funding to the states, territories, and Native American tribes for proactive conservation efforts for the approximately 12,000 species of wildlife and plants identified under state wildlife action plans. I would like to highlight the importance of the tribal title in particular. Tribal organizations have engaged in cost-effective, innovative conservation, but their efforts have traditionally been underfunded. The dedicated funding for tribal organizations' efforts addresses this issue and is the culmination of years of work that has the support of tribal organizations across the country. This bold investment in our nation's wildlife will pay significant dividends. It will allow states to take proactive action that will prevent at-risk species from becoming endangered. This is critical not only to preserving our common environmental heritage, but for supporting hunters, anglers, and the outdoor recreation economy. The broad group of stakeholders supporting the Recovering America's Wildlife Act underscores the need for action and the support for this approach. Leading conservation organizations, sportsmen's groups, and businesses all support the legislation for good reason. It utilizes proven funding mechanisms, boldly addresses pressing conservation needs, and prevents the need for more costly interventions in the future. We have received letters of support from the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, a bipartisan group of 6 Great Lake governors, as well as groups like the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, countless tribal organizations, among many others. The Recovering America's Wildlife Act is the product of years of work and consultation with these stakeholders and has broad bipartisan support. This bill needs our joint support to get it across the finish line. We have a conservation, economic, and moral rationale to act in order to protect and recover America's wildlife for future generations. This is an opportunity to take historic action to address pressing conservation need, and I ask that you support the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the distinguished ranking member, Mr. Westerman. We're delighted you're here.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the committee today. You know, we've all heard it said that there's not a right way to do the wrong thing, and that's not what we've got before us today. The distinguished gentlelady and my friend, Representative Dingell, is trying to do the right thing, and I agree that the intent of this bill is the right thing, but I think we're going about the wrong way to do it. And today, as I testify before the Rules Committee on the committee print of H.R. 2773, Recovering America's Wildlife Act, I regrettably have to be opposed to the bill in its current form. And again, the goal of the bill is commendable. It's empowering the states and tribes to manage fish and wildlife and improve their habitats in order to avoid future endangered species listings. And it is an effort that most people, I believe, support. After all, states and tribes are generally more attuned to what's happening in their backyards than the federal government. That's why state and tribal wildlife agencies and prominent sportsmen's and women's groups across the country support this bill in concept. While the bill provides financial resources to the states and tribes to help meet the bill's goals, this mandatory spending, unfortunately, it lacks a way to pay for it or an offset. This spending is not pocket change, as the Congressional Budget Office has already estimated that the Rules Committee print will lead to $12 billion in direct spending over the first 10 years of the program. And I say the first decade because that's only what's in the so-called scoring window. In reality, this program and its mandatory spending would last forever since there is no sunset for Titles 1 and 2 of the bill. This means that there will be no offset ever and added federal debt of $1.4 billion per year. At a time of rampant inflation, now is not the time to drive inflation higher with new spending, only to saddle current and future generations with the consequences. The spending in this bill will only add to our current $23 trillion debt that we and our children and grandchildren and their children will be responsible for. I and our Republican committee members tried to resolve these fiscal issues with amendments at the committee markup. We were told by the Democrat majority that although they opposed these amendments at the time, they would work with us on finding offsets before this bill is considered on the floor. We stayed at the negotiating table, as did the bill sponsor, Congresswoman Dingell. And again, somebody who I have deep respect for, and I commend her for her efforts in trying to do the right thing. But larger forces on the other side of the aisle decided it would be better to rush this bill through with its fiscal problems. In addition, they also decided to airdrop provisions as a new Title III that would effectively siphon away money from states and tribes and give it to the federal government's U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We never even had a chance to debate this title in the Committee on Natural Resources, since it simply did not exist in the bill we considered. The whole point of this bill was to empower states and tribes who are closer to our lands and waters, not set up Washington, D.C.-based federal programs, which is now what this bill does. There are already existing concerns over the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service implementation of the Endangered Species Act, yet this bill does not do anything to improve and update the Endangered Species Act statute to help both species and people. As a result of the issues I have just mentioned, we have before us, regrettably, a flawed bill. The situation we are in today, it was avoidable. I will remain at the table even after this bill is rammed through the House, but in the interim, I've filed an amendment to bring some fiscal sanity back into the discussion. My amendment simply converts the bill's mandatory spending in Titles I and II to discretionary funding that will be subject to the annual appropriations process. It strips away funding for the new federal-centric Title III and sunsets the bill's program after 7 years. The way this bill is currently configured, it looks like a good idea, but we get no chance to come back and determine if it's working. It's just a continual, permanent, mandatory spending. If we put a sunset in, it would be kind of like the Farm Bill or WRDA or other bills that we have, where we come back and analyze it, make changes to it if needed, and tweak the funding. Without a mandatory offset and sunset, I cannot support this bill at this time as it is currently written, and instead would ask that my amendment be made in order as a fiscally responsible alternative. I'd also like to ask my fellow Republican colleagues, or ask for their amendments to be made in order, so that we can have a debate on common sense ways that this bill can be improved. The bill before us represents a lost opportunity to forge significant bipartisan compromise. It didn't have to be this way, and I hope that this is not a partisan sign of things to come on this bill. I firmly remain at the negotiating table and hope that my Democrat colleagues will come back to it. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank both our witnesses for being here. And this is a challenging bill in some ways. I'm broadly supportive of the bill, as my friend, the ranking member, is. I do have some of the same concerns. And I do think it could be improved legislatively, and certainly support my friend, the ranking member's amendment being made in order. I think that'd make a big difference on our side of the aisle. Even if you have the chance to change it, sometimes you'll still vote for it, as long as you at least got the chance to make your argument and see if you could persuade some of your friends on the other side to join you. So I understand the concerns that you raised. Could you talk to us just a little bit more? Were there legitimate discussions with your Democratic counterparts to find offsets? And then you mentioned things coming in from the outside. I'd like to know where those things came from.
Yeah, thank you, Ranking Member Cole. You know, I would like to be a co-sponsor on this bill. That's how much I feel like this bill could make a difference if it were executed correctly. So we worked very hard to try to find a way to make it palatable to Republican members. And I say that, there's already, I think, 40 some odd Republicans that are co-sponsors of the bill, but many of them that I've talked to didn't realize that this bill had permanent mandatory spending in the bill. So during the committee markup, we looked at amendments that would offset the spending, looked at ways to maybe sunset the bill, to go through the appropriations process, and all of those were rejected, but my colleagues across the aisle did say, we will work with you to fix the funding problem before it goes to the floor. The Senate has a version, that's the text that came out of the EPW committee that you all are putting into the bill, that they've got some offsets that involves fines and fees, but unfortunately CBO doesn't consider that an offset. And I don't think those offsets are actually included in the text. But there have been a lot of things discussed, maybe using conservation easements to generate funding. And, you know, this bill might get compared to Pittman-Robinson or Great American Outdoors Act, but the difference is those two bills had a funding stream. They had a tax, or they had fees on offshore energy development that creates the funding stream. This bill, the only funding stream is right out of the Treasury, right out of our kids' and grandkids' accounts.
I want to ask both of you this point that you raised on a sunset provision, because again, I couldn't agree with you more. I've been around here long enough to watch programs with the best of intentions that were put on autopilot, and we never look at them again. They never change. Frankly, the funding becomes sacrosanct as opposed to being something that we actually have to make some tough choices on every few years. So, you know, I guess from your standpoint, you've made your case, but I'd like to ask Ms. Dingell as well. What is the big problem with having a sunset so Congress could come back and look at this in 5 to 7 years?
So I think there are a number of issues. I'm going to continue to stay at the table. I have been. My colleague and I keep talking. But the fact of the matter is, on conservation, we have seen decades of success with Pittman-Robertson, Dingell-Johnson, maybe a different Dingell. That might have
had something to do with it. I'll acknowledge that. He was a very fiscally responsible Dingell, so.
Are you implying that I am not?
No, I am not. I'm just
Thank
saying
you.
you're in good
But,
company.
permanent dedicated funding, by the way, the Dingell-Johnson there is the first Dingell. And he was. But permanent dedicated funding is critical to providing the stability that we need for this program. And because of that, quite frankly, there are 18 Republican senators and 18 Democratic senators supporting this, which, as we all know, in the United States Senate is virtually almost never. It passed out of the EPW with more Republican votes than it did Democratic votes. And there are some of those Republican senators that are insisting on mandated spending because they know the success of this program and they want to see it. So I'm going to stay at the table with my colleagues. We're obviously going to, hopefully this will get through the House, it'll get through the Senate, we'll have conference. But we do know that constant funding that the states can rely on from year to year will make the difference. And it'll provide a value to the American people. The fact of the matter is that once so many of these different species are ending up on the endangered species list, it's costing us far more money. I think we all should be looking at what happened in the definition of bees in California this last week as a fish because of some of these. So we need to delegate to the state level the funds that know what they're doing, make sure they've got the funding, and address this so we're not spending more money down the road.
Well, right now, I would make the point, almost every state in America is in better financial shape than the United States of America is because we cover their deficits over and over again and have sent them way too much money for a variety of purposes. I want to give the ranking member an opportunity to respond if you had anything to add.
Representative Cole, you know that it's been said that there's nothing more eternal on earth than a temporary government program, and this isn't a temporary program. This is the Congress saying this is a permanent program, and it's a program that I think would have good results, so it should be important enough that we look at the funding stream and prioritize it and come up with a way to pay for it. And put in checks so that there's transparency, so that we can have oversight, we can go back, and, you know, for all the faults of the Farm Bill, the Water Resources Development Act, and others, those programs get reauthorizations. There's a big debate. It's a process where we have input, where we make tweaks. But this is just saying we're going to pass this bill and we're going to fund it into perpetuity and it takes away our oversight function, I believe, to do it this way, plus the bad fiscal side of it.
Well, I'm heartened that you're both at the table. I'm heartened that there would still be negotiation going forward, because I do have exactly the same concerns that the ranking member expressed about both the funding stream here and the lack of offsets and then the sort of lack of being able to come back again in the reauthorization process. I think those are very valid concerns. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Torres? Dr. Burgess?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just so I'm clear, Ranking Member Westerman, what were some of the offsets that were discussed during your committee hearing or markup on this?
Oh, we looked at a variety of programs, some water programs out west. We talked about taking money from the COVID aid, looking at various ways that we could at least offset these costs. But you would also need to sunset it if you were going to use a one-time expenditure. But we're talking about spending into perpetuity, and I think we need to find an appropriate funding stream if that's the direction that the majority of Congress wants to go to fund this for the long run, like Great American Outdoors Act, like the Land and Water Conservation Fund, like the Pittman-Robinson or the Dingell-Johnson Fund.
So you actually served on the Budget Committee in previous Congresses, correct?
It's a disappointing thing when you're a freshman member of Congress and you come here and find out how budgeting's done, and unfortunately, it hasn't changed for the better since then.
So, for reasons that I don't completely understand, I find myself on the Budget Committee this year, and after being here for a number of cycles, I share your disappointment with the way that budgeting is done. This is so terribly important, and as I referenced in the previous panel on the agriculture issues, I mean, this country is facing a serious, serious problem with deficit, debt, recession, and it's no small thing what you have suggested, and we do need to pay attention to it. And I just hope that at some point going forward, whether it be in this bill, whether it's an amendment, your amendment be allowed on the floor, or whether it be in the Senate process, we have to bring some sanity back to the spending. There's really just no other answer.
And as you're aware on the Budget Committee, I'm assuming we're north of 70% of all spending is mandatory now. So, we fight over appropriations over less than 30%. And, the autopilot part of federal spending is what's driving the deficit and the debt. So it's hard to put more on that side of the ledger after serving on the Budget Committee.
Well, and of course, now with the inflationary pressure on the interest on the national debt, that is also a mandatory spend that has to be calculated as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Perlmutter?
Thanks to the witnesses, I'm convinced. I support this bill.
Mr. Reschenthaler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my lucky day because I get to reference.
That's a Teddy Roosevelt bill.
Well, I get to reference Teddy Roosevelt twice today.
Yeah,
One of my favorite presidents, and I get to talk about him twice. And maybe I'll be lucky again and have you associate yourself with my remarks this time as well. It'd be amazing. But Mr. Westerman, talking about Teddy Roosevelt, he was the founder of conservation in the United States. It's actually a Republican idea, the conservation movement, which of course we're all supportive of. To that end, the Endangered Species Act, I think, is somewhat antiquated at this point, needs some updates. Would you like to talk about what you think should be changed with the ESA?
Yeah, the ESA should be focused more on actually saving species, and that's what this bill does. And to save species, you got to look at habitat, because species are all about habitat, whether it's plants or animals. And it's exciting to think we would shift more of that responsibility to the states, to the tribes, to the people who have the expertise to actually manage habitat, and the end goal would be to have less species on the endangered species list. So that's doing it through states and tribes, not through Fish and Wildlife, which the Senate text of the bill actually sends funding to Fish and Wildlife, where a lot of the problems with the Endangered Species Act lie. So it's really a separate issue. I wish we would consider legislation on the Endangered Species Act that would make it work better, not just work better for people, but work better for wildlife in our country. But this bill indirectly could be a benefit to endangered species if indeed the habitat is made better.
So this is, in some respect, this is a missed opportunity?
I totally agree it's a missed opportunity in its current way of being funded. I think TR would approve of it if we had the funding stream right.
Well, thanks for bringing it full circle, and Teddy Roosevelt. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, and thank you to our members here for bringing us this bill. Wildlife conservation is a huge issue in my district. I mean, we have the country's oldest botanical garden. We have the first urban wildlife refuge, and I would argue the best.
It came in second place, by the way, to mine.
Ours was the oldest, and we coached you. But we have any number of watershed groups, just a lot of emphasis being placed on this issue because it's an area that was heavily industrialized. Just last week, I was out at Bartram's Garden where they are reintroducing freshwater mussels, which have the ability to purify and clean millions of gallons of water a day. And it's so, so important to restoring some of the natural habitat and the ability to have clean water for our communities. So we really appreciate the work you're doing on this to protect our habitat and to conserve the species that are so important. We know it's worked in the past. We now have osprey down at the Navy Yard, which you can see any morning. So thank you for doing this work, and I yield back.
Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I would just like to ask Mr. Westerman if you have anything that you'd like to add that we've missed that maybe, or in the conversation that's come up.
I think we've pretty much covered it all, and I'll just reiterate that the concept of this bill is a good concept. It's a bipartisan concept. It's got a lot of support from outside groups. Now, having served in the state legislature, I know the states like it because it's that free money from Washington, D.C., but that money has to come from somewhere, and the states are sitting pretty flush right now. I read an article last week, an AP article, where a state senator in California is actually proposing taking excess funds in the California state budget, I wonder how they got there, and purchasing water rights from farmers, which would put even a more stranglehold on our agriculture production. But Republican or Democrat state alike, you're not going to find many of them that don't like money coming in from D.C. So I think we've been elected to come here and be stewards of the finances of the country. And as much as everybody would like to have this funding, and as much as we see what good it would do, somebody's got to be the person to speak up and say this isn't good for our future from a fiscal standpoint.
And I appreciate that, because we need to really pay attention to where we are spending money, how we are spending money. And so I thank you very much, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm always happy to have a former member of the New York State Assembly recognized, and Theodore Roosevelt was a former member of the New York State Assembly, as I was, so always appreciate that. And he did some other things too. I can't quite remember what they were, but I would like to thanks to Ms. Dingell and to the ranking member. But two invasive species in particular around the country, but I know affect my district in particular. One, zebra mussels, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, which are destroying much of the habitat in the Great Lakes, but also spotted lanternflies, which are moving further north, particularly in the Finger Lakes, where we have an emerging wine industry and beer industry. They're wreaking havoc with those crops. And I wonder if you could just touch on that, I'm very grateful for your leadership on this, but you could just touch on how invasive species would help to be addressed in this legislation.
Well, as you know, we in the Great Lakes states share the same issues. And I want to say, we were all elected to come here to be fiscally responsible, but also to be responsible for our natural resources, which we are seeing destroyed by habitat or by species that you're talking about. The states, as they develop their wildlife plans, and this year some states do have money, but there have been a lot of years the state's revenue has drastically dropped. There's been no money, and it's significantly contributed to vigilance and even being able to prevent these invasive species like zebra mussels. The Great Lakes Initiative is also working on this, as you know. But the states, as they put together their plans, look at all of these issues, and the money would make sure that there's a constant, steady stream. And when you're developing these plans that we need to have to protect our natural resources, I mean, when you look at more than billions of birds have disappeared since the 70s, that should worry all of us. And that, too, is our responsibility to protect those species. So states develop plans each year. They would have a constant, steady stream of revenue that would protect them, and addressing the invasive species that are causing some species to disappear would also be part of those plans.
Well, I appreciate that, and I would say I agree with you around the fiscal implication. I appreciate the comments made. But when it comes to, for instance, invasive species, I've met with a number of small business owners in my region. They simply don't have the resources, the skill, or the ability or the reach to be able to deal with invasive species. That really does take a coordinated response by government to help them, to save them from losing what are significant investments that they've made in many cases, and their wineries, their breweries, et cetera. So I know it's become a very big issue. Obviously, there are many parts to this bill. That's one in particular I wanted to highlight, so I appreciate your good work, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
And species don't know that they're leaving New York and going into the next state, or those wonderful zebra mussels, which are a major problem in the Great Lakes.
Well, I do think they know they're in New York. I don't know about other places, but they definitely know they're in New York.
Well, we don't make them welcome in Michigan, but they still come.
Thank you.
Mr. Desagne? Ms. Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the chairwoman for bringing this bill forward. It's just basically an investment in our future. And there have been many mistakes made in the past when it comes to wildlife. We have got to take the reins and invest in our future. I want you to know that I've been hearing bipartisan support for this bill from my district. And in my home state of North Carolina, our Wildlife Resource Commission has identified nearly 500 species in need of conservation, from spruce firs that line the Blue Ridge Mountains to seabirds in the Eastern Shore. In my district, which is an urban-suburban district in Wake County, we have rivers, lakes, woodlands, and meadows that are home to many of these species. And this would provide $24 million annually to North Carolina to improve conditions for our native species that benefit us every day. It makes sound economic sense, especially as we grapple with the impact of climate change in years to come. Reforestation helps avoid droughts and wildfires. Restoring wetlands and species helps filter our water. The restoration of natural crop pollinators plays an important role in our agricultural sector. North Carolina is the home to the most visited national park in the country, along with a thriving outdoor pursuit sector that depends on abundant, healthy wildlife. This accounts for almost $10 billion in business annually, with half of that to wages and salaries for people in North Carolina. This bill is the most significant conservation measure in decades. Rather than bickering, we should be celebrating. It is potentially more impactful than anything since the Endangered Species Act of 50 years ago. I wholeheartedly support this bill, not just for North Carolina, but for this country, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dingell. Ms. Ross, can you yield to Ms. Dingell? She had a
Absolutely.
Thank you. I got a figure I did not have. Invasive species cost the United States $21 billion per year, just in that cost figure. And I do want to say that my colleague, Ms. Westman, and I have been on the phone nonstop for months, and we have worked together on this. This bill comes out of a blue ribbon commission that was made up of conservation groups, sportsmen's groups, business people. Quite frankly, I mean, conservation should never be. Teddy Roosevelt's my hero, too, just for the record, and was John Dingell's hero. It should never be political, but that's the commission, the Blue Ribbon Commission, had far fewer Democrats on it than it did, where we might label some people, but I shouldn't even do that. And there are more than, for the record, we could submit the more than 200 groups that are supporting this because it is so important about our future. So I do want to say how much I appreciate my colleague working with me and everybody's recognition at how important this is.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Whoever can yield.
Yeah, it's my time, but I'll yield. I got more time. I yield to everybody.
Well, yeah, I agree. Endangered species cost a lot of money. Feral hogs do a tremendous amount of damage, agriculture damage. The key is getting the Congressional Budget Office to understand that, and right now they don't understand that. And we run into this all the time with different pieces of legislation, but the numbers that we have to look at, it's $1.4 billion a year that aren't offset. I yield back.
No, I appreciate that, but the Congressional Budget Office also didn't say that the Trump tax cuts would cost nothing, and yet they went through without any offsets. But anyway, I digress.
They boosted the economy, didn't they?
Well, yeah, for some people. Let me, and I think this would boost the economy too, if that's the measure here. But I think sometimes we get a little selective in where we decide what we should pay for and what we shouldn't. Any other questions of this panel? Hearing none, thank you very much for being here. You are free to go. And we will hear from any amendment witnesses on 2733 at the end of today's report, at the end of the hearing portion of today. We are now welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in HR 2543, the Financial Services Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act. Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry. We are delighted that
Are you delighted to see me? Is that right? Am I next?
What are you here to testify? No, Chairman Waters is
Yeah,
next.
I know she is. But I think she was going to gather some stuff. You go first. She wants me to go first. Is that okay? She just got off an airplane. You care, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, sure, yeah, so you're not, it's you.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm new and improved, Mr. McHenry.
Yeah, you are. So Ms. Wagner and Ms. Waters.
Ma'am, you can go first.
Whoever wants to go first.
No, I'm going to go first. She's got her stuff down.
Yeah. Ms. Waters, Chairwoman Waters, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee for inviting me to testify on my bill, H.R. 2543, the Financial Services Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act. This package builds on the tireless work that my committee and House Democrats have already done to advance racial and economic justice, including through the passage of the Build Back Better Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and the American Competes Act, all of which directly address rising inflation, supply chain problems, and our nation's worsening housing crisis. The bill you're considering today includes several provisions led by myself and members of the Financial Services Committee, including Representatives Meeks, Green, Cleaver, Beatty, Garcia of Texas, Torres, and Auchincloss. I strongly support the Rule Committee's efforts to advance this bill to promote racial and economic justice. On average, Black and Latinx households earn about half as much as the average white household and own only 15 to 20% as much net wealth. This disparity is a reflection of historic discrimination and persistent barriers in having access to housing, credit, and other financial services. Credit-worthy businesses of color also face staggering challenges in traditional access to capital. And first, Black-owned businesses are twice as likely to be rejected for loans and receive 3 times less in overall capital. A 2017 report from the Federal Reserve showed that in almost every financing category, including loans, credit cards, outside investors, and grants, small businesses owned by women and people of color, especially Black and Latinx, experienced the highest denial rates and were the least likely to receive full funding. Moreover, small businesses owned by people of color experienced significant financial stress during the pandemic and faced challenges in accessing the Paycheck Protection Program compared to white-owned businesses. All of these factors add up for entrepreneurs of color as they try to start and run businesses and to the employees they hire. H.R. 2543 would support the elimination of racial and ethnic disparities in employment, income, wealth, and access to affordable credit. My bill would address long-standing inequities endured by red-lined communities that have been left behind by making a number of reforms and investments to strengthen the ability of community development financial institutions, or, as they are known, CDFIs, and minority depository institutions, or MDIs, to reach these underserved communities. The bill before us would also authorize an additional $4 billion in support for these MDIs and CDFIs, including grants to upgrade their technology and provide startup capital for millennials and other young entrepreneurs. My bill would also create an Office of Diverse and Mission-Driven Community Financial Institutions at the Treasury Department to be a resource to the CDFIs and MDIs wishing to be connected to a wide range of federal programs, such as infrastructure spending. This legislation also promotes access to fair housing and lending by creating new language access requirements for mortgage servicing and by enhancing penalties for lending and discrimination. Finally, this bill would promote diversity and inclusion through new data collection and disclosure requirements on banks, financial regulators, and public companies. We know all too well that what does not get measured does not get addressed. The pandemic has exposed and exacerbated many truths about our nation's inequitable housing and financial systems and the disproportionate impact that they have had on low-income families and communities of color. During the same time, the unjust murder of George Floyd sent a ripple of demands across the country and across industry sectors, calling on our nation and this elected body to redress the racial and economic inequities that are rooted in the issues in this package, that this package is seeking to address. Every day, a new banking desert is created when a bank decides to close another branch. Just as alarming is the continued discriminatory housing and lending practices like modern-day redlining that lock borrowers and communities of color out of access to credit and investments. Moreover, I'm deeply frustrated with institutions like Wells Fargo, a recidivist megabank that recently was found to have the widest gap of mortgage refinancing approvals between Black and white homeowners. Wells Fargo rejected more than half of Black applicants seeking to refinance their homes to access their equity and lower their housing costs during the pandemic. This bill cracks down on this kind of shameful behavior by Wells Fargo and other lenders by increasing criminal penalties on banks and their executives who engage in discriminatory practices, and establishes a CFPB, Office of Fair Lending, testing to strengthen proactive supervision to quickly identify and crack down on such illegal conduct. This bill also fights for communities left behind and forgotten by a financial system that was built to exclude and redline them out of access to capital, resources, and opportunity. Lastly, we know that low-income families, communities of color, and other communities that have been historically underserved are hit hardest by inflation. This bill requires the Federal Reserve to minimize and eliminate racial and ethnic disparities with respect to employment, income, wealth, and access to affordable credit so that the Fed can better target its monetary policy to ensure that all persons benefit from price stability and maximum employment. The Fed would also be required to implement the Community Reinvestment Act and other laws in a more robust way to finally put an end to discriminatory practices. So I urge this committee to advance this legislation to the House floor and request the committee provide an appropriate rule for its consideration. I would also like to thank the members of my committee for their tireless efforts to advance racial and economic justice and for their help in advancing these bills. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wagner. Welcome.
I thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. Let me start by saying this. Republicans support the goal of improving diversity in financial services. I've worked very closely with my very good friend, Joyce Beatty, on the Diversity and Inclusion Subcommittee to do just that. But unfortunately, H.R. 2543 misses the mark. I want to be clear that committee Democrats had the opportunity to work with Republicans on bipartisan legislation to accomplish our shared goals. In fact, I can say that five of these 13 bills that make up this package received some Republican support, either at markup or on the floor in previous Congresses. But instead of working with us to advance solutions where we have bipartisan agreement, committee Democrats injected this package with partisan poison pills that will politicize our financial system. This bill is bad politics, it's bad policy, and it's even worse process. Unfortunately, this seems to be the way that we've come to expect. It's either my way or the highway, one-party rule here in Washington. Nowhere is this more evident than Democrat leadership inability to appropriately schedule floor time. Instead of considering each of these measures separately, we're here debating a rule for a package of 13 bills hastily thrown together at the last minute because there is no other way that committee Democrats could get them through the House. We all know this bill, as currently written, will not become law. So let's be transparent about why we're here. Democrats are trying to score some wins for their members before the midterms. That's also why our markups in the Financial Services Committee are almost consistently a hodgepodge of bills that might sound good in title or name, but accomplish little. My Democrat colleagues know they can't run on their horrendous record on the economy, so they are trying to distract voters with these partisan messaging bills. The legislation before us today will do nothing to solve the many crises currently facing our economy, which were caused by Democrats' reckless policies. We know the American people are hurting. Inflation continues to rage at a 40-year high. Everyday essentials are unaffordable for low and middle income families. Gas has reached $5 a gallon with no relief in sight. Our supply chains are broken. Mothers and fathers across the country are still struggling to find the formula they need to feed their babies. Labor shortages are hammering small businesses, the backbone of our nation's economy, on top of the skyrocketing prices. These crises, created by Democrats, disproportionately impact the low and income and minority Americans they claim this bill will help. But rather than work to address the most pressing issues, Democrats are wasting what little floor time they have on yet another partisan messaging bill that will never see the light of day in the Senate. This legislation does nothing to bring down consumer prices, strengthen economic mobility for Americans, make homes more affordable, or help close socioeconomic gaps. It will not help struggling families, workers, or small businesses. So let's talk about what H.R. 2543 will do. It will politicize the independent Federal Reserve at a time when it is fighting the very inflation caused by Democrats' reckless spending. It will pile new regulatory burdens on small businesses still struggling to recover from COVID and constant executive branch attacks by the Biden administration. This bill will also be a boon for one of Democrats' favorite constituencies, the trial lawyers. This legislation will make it even more expensive for families attempting to purchase a home. Finally, H.R. 2543 will reduce access to credit and make it more expensive for low-income and minority Americans. I'll say it again, this bill is bad politics, bad policy, and bad process. And instead of trying to divert Americans' attention from Democrats' dismal record on the economy, we should be here discussing real solutions to the many economic problems they created. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I thank you both for being here. I think this is a bill about tackling inequality, and I certainly support it. But, and Ms. Wagner, I like you a lot. I can't resist when you talk about the not being able to manage floor time or limited floor time. I just will remind you that there are members of your party who basically take up all the floor time by calling for votes on every single post office, on every single commemorative bill that goes on forever and ever and ever, which not only taps into floor time, but it makes it very difficult for people to have the kind of committee hearings, that are consecutive, where the kinds of discussions that we want to have in hearings can happen. So I don't really want to be lectured on floor time, but I appreciate you being here. Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wagner, I've got a series of pretty short questions for you, but in your opinion, does this legislation do anything to make credit more accessible to people?
No, it does not.
Okay, and again, your opinion, does it make home ownership more affordable?
No, it does not.
Does the legislation make it easier to start a small business?
No, it does not. There is incredible regulatory burden that
Does
is
the
placed in this.
legislation do anything to combat skyrocketing inflation?
No, it does not, Mr. Cole.
And seems to me that the legislation is designed to move the Fed away from its statutory mission and further radicalize the CFPB at the expense of the average American family. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. It is a boon for trial lawyers, and especially when it comes to opening up the Equal Credit Opportunity Act, new opportunities, as I said, for trial lawyers to take companies, I believe, to court in an increased way. The policy is going to create uncertainty in the credit markets, ultimately, I think, increasing the cost of credit and making it more difficult to access, in fact, by the very people that the bill claims it might help. At a time when inflation, as we have talked about it, is at a 40-year-plus high and is eating into American families' paychecks, this legislation would undermine the Federal Reserve's limited, at this point in time, ability to use the tools necessary to tamp down inflation.
And last question, does this bill have any chance of getting through the United States Senate, becoming law?
It is dead on arrival, sir.
Thank you very much. Yield back.
Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and to our witnesses, good to see you both. Let me just start with a couple thoughts. In terms of floor time, the chairman mentioned the fact is floor time is being monopolized on silly and simple requests for votes on all sorts of very routine topics. That's the result of some real obstructionist techniques by a number of people on the Republican side of the aisle. I mean, that's the bottom line there. Now, I just want to respond to a couple of things you said, Ms. Wagner. First of all, durable orders, new orders for goods are up the highest they've ever been. Retail sales are highest they've ever been. Unemployment rate is the lowest it's ever been. Gross domestic product is the highest it's ever been. Exports are higher than they've ever been. So the economy, and I appreciate your perspective, oh, it's bad, but let me tell you, in terms of people having jobs, it's never been better. That's number one. Number two, I'm your Democratic colleague. I'm not your Democrat colleague, I'm your Democratic colleague, and you and I have had this conversation before. And that's just my picayunish kind of thing. The thing that has been sort of consistent among this bill and the two prior to you, it's been virtually the same refrain from all three of you, which is, gee whiz, we love the goals here. These goals are really important, but, and we agree, we've got bipartisan bills here, 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 and here, but we don't like this one. Therefore, we don't like the whole package. And we've heard that now 3 times in a row. So I guess I don't have any questions for you two. I just want to rant for a second, and I'll yield back to the chair. Unless my friend wants to respond, so I would give her that opportunity.
I thank my Democratic friend from Colorado, who is, in fact, a good friend on the committee and outside of that. I would just say that GDP has shrunk 1.4% in the first quarter, and I think the experts are saying that it will do so again this next quarter. I hope not. I don't want to see us thrown into a recession. And I will tell you that that while wages may be higher, their wages are being eaten up by the inflationary effects at $5 gas, the kind of prices they're paying for groceries, for meat, for other staples. I was at the grocery store just Saturday, and I watched people making choices, picking up 2 pounds of hamburger, picking up chicken, trying to figure out how they were going to make both ends meet at the end of the day. So I believe that real people, and especially those that I think this package of bills is trying to help, and the low and middle income families are hurting terribly at this inflation, are hurting terribly at the shrinking GDP, are hurting terribly at the cost of $5 gasoline, not let alone the shortages and the other things. I also hate to see us put mandates, additional mandates on the Federal Reserve. Obviously, unemployment is one with their dual mandate, and price stability is another. I believe adding a third one is not good. I wish we could bring up the 5 bipartisan bills separately and had an opportunity to do that. This is a package of 13, and therefore will be opposed to it. But I appreciate the dialogue back and forth.
Let's see if the chairwoman has anything she'd like to add.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perlmutter, for those observations that you just shared with us that describes this economy. I did not expect support from the opposite side of the aisle. I have not received any indication ever that they were interested in correcting the ills of this society that have discriminated against people of color and have not been interested in reversing discrimination and opening up opportunity. Let me tell you a little story about my dear friend. My dear friend here came to a funeral of a relative of mine, my sister, I believe it was.
What?
And she came into a community that shocked her. She came back to me and said, "Oh my goodness, it was scary. The community is just in great disrepair." But number one, I thank her for coming. That's the true mark of a friend who cares about you and what you stand for. But on the other hand, what she did was she experienced the kind of environment and the kind of geography that we can all do something about. Yet, as generous and as nice and as warm and friendly as she is, she either does not recognize her power to help eliminate the kind of poverty that she saw in that community. That community is a direct result of discrimination. It is the direct result of redlining. It is the direct result of not being able to get a loan at a bank. That community is a community that is similar to communities all over this country, where people have suffered, where people have been denied, and it will continue until we have the kind of bipartisan support that will eliminate that kind of poverty and those kinds of environments. And so I tell that story because, number one, I want you to know that I highly respect the work that she does, and I am very pleased to be her friend. But something is missing here in understanding the plight of too many people in our country. Why does it take a George Floyd murder for people to even begin to look at these kinds of issues? There's always a jump start and then a pullback. And so, whether we're talking about CDFIs, which we had to create because of a lack of lending by traditional institutions that did not like people coming in their doors to ask for loans. And so we created some opportunities and options for people. And the MDIs and the CDFIs that I relate to in this committee are those who are trying to correct the situation, but they need the help and support of both sides of the aisle in order to do this. This discrimination and this lack of opportunity is not going to just go away by itself. We're not going to wake up one day and see that a Wells Fargo is going to make refis as possible to people of color and to poor people as they're making to others. It is only going to happen because we make it happen. We have to, as lawmakers, as public policy makers, be committed to the proposition that it's going to be one America. And this one America is going to respect and is going to support all of its citizens. And so I'm not surprised. I'm not angry. I'm not really disappointed because I knew where this was going. And I see it, and I've been dealing with it for years. I've had some breakthroughs in the work that I do, whether I was in the California State Assembly or here. But it's slow, and it's little by little that we get a few breakthroughs. But this is comprehensive. This is too much for those who have not been willing to see the reality of a lack of support and public policy for all of its citizens. And so I come here today, I call on both sides of the aisle. I expect my Democratic friends who do understand to be supportive, but I don't expect a lot from the opposite side of the aisle. I yield back.
I yield to the
Just
gentlelady,
briefly.
but I do want to say I am proud to have both of you as my friends. That I do.
And I appreciate the chairwoman's perspective, and she knows it. I wish that we could work from the 5 bipartisan bills that we are in agreement with and start there on this package. not 13. That's where my heart is coming from.
And I appreciate that, and I thank you, too, for your testimony. I yield back to the chair.
Mr. Burgess.
I thank the chair. Representative Wagner, let me just restate Ranking Member Cole's question to you. The legislation that we have in front of us, is it going to make credit more accessible?
No, it's not.
That becomes the heart of the problem. We've got 30 legislative days left until Election Day. It does seem like we could put the partisan weapons away for 1 week and get something done for the people. They need it.
We have
Thank you.
5 bills here, sir, that we could, Mr. Burgess.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll yield back.
Is Mr. Roskin? No. Ms. Fishbaugh? Oh, sorry. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This Financial Services Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act is a much-needed packet of legislation for my community to bring fairness and opportunity to the financial services industry. Discrimination in lending has been a long-standing part of our economic history, and redlining in Philadelphia and other major cities continues to contribute to segregation and lost wealth for hundreds of thousands of Black families. Despite efforts by federal, state, and local governments, redlining and similar practices continue today. We see continued disparities in mortgage lending, property appraisals, insurance claims, and most recently, in the way COVID relief funds were distributed to small businesses. Of course, in addition to racial discrimination, not so very long ago, there was a significant amount of gender discrimination, and the impact continues to be felt, with women being unable to get bank accounts, credit cards, or mortgages until the 70s. And until as late as 1988, women couldn't apply for a business loan without a male cosigner. So we now have data that shows these racial and gender disparities, and I'm so pleased that these bills can help fill the gaps in our laws that allow lending discrimination and allow these economic disparities to persist. So I'm particularly pleased that the bills will encourage more lending through MDIs and CDFIs, which have been the main sources of credit for women and minority-owned businesses, particularly during the recent economic disruption. So I'm really pleased to see that. So I look forward to advancing today's rule to bring these bills to the floor, and I would yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. You know, it's interesting to note that minority unemployment rates were actually at historic lows under President Trump. It was actually President Trump's economy that worked very well for minority populations. And that's irrefutable. You can look at the stats. The unemployment rates for Hispanic and Latino Americans hit a record low in September of 2019 at 3.9%. For the Black population, you hit a record low at 5.4% in October of 2019. The Asian unemployment rate hit their record low at 2.2% in April of 2019. So it's interesting that President Trump actually achieved what Democrats were purporting to do. There was already great improvements with minority populations in the economy, again, thanks to President Trump and Republican economic policy. With that said, Representative Wagner, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I think you're right, and I think what we've seen in this record inflation, which I believe is a direct result of excessive spending, especially coming out of the COVID pandemic, is of great concern. You know, gas prices are where they are at $5, and on average, there are some places in this country where it's over $8. You know, because we haven't unleashed the energy independence that we have here in the United States of America. The kind of energy independence that would bring those prices down and also allow us to provide, I believe, clean LNG to Europe and other places that are dependent upon Russia. So I think there are many things that we could be doing to better this economy for all and to lift all boats. As I said, it literally lifts all in our society when our economy is strong and healthy and we don't have the kind of labor shortages, supply chain shortages, huge inflationary factors, the biggest in 40 years. So I think your perspectives are quite correct, Mr. Rushton-Letter.
Thanks, Representative Wagner. And also, could you speak to what this bill would do to small businesses, what the impact would be to the small business sector of the economy?
I will tell you that the regulatory burdens are enormous on small businesses, and many of our smallest businesses that can't afford to absorb the kinds of costs that even the larger big businesses can, with reporting requirements and additional red tape and bureaucracy, especially when it comes to the CFPB and others. So I am concerned about the regulatory burden that many of these pieces of legislation would put forward.
Thank you, Representative Wagner. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and overall, we have some of the lowest unemployment rates in history. But former President Trump is responsible for the huge increase in hate crimes against minorities. So at some point, we need to look at the whole of government, and this bill is a path in the right direction. Thank you, Chairwoman. I will now call on Mr. Morelli.
I'll pass, Madam Chair.
Okay, the gentleman yields. I will call on Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to comment, there was issues with mismanagement of the floor and how that was being handled. And I love it how the Democrats blame the Republicans for mismanagement of the floor, even though they are in control of it. And I think that there are other things that could be done, like keeping 5 minutes votes to 5 minutes. And when that timer ends, actually shutting down votes. There are some things that they could do to improve the management of the floor instead of just blaming Republicans for calling votes. So that being said, I was just wondering, Mrs. Wagner, if you're familiar with the Wells Fargo, issues that the chairwoman mentioned.
Certainly some in the past that we've had some oversight and investigation over. I have to say some of the current issues dealing with their bank I am not that familiar with, but certainly we have investigated them in the past, and they have done a lot to diversify, to separate and have new management step up into place. And I do also want to make it clear, because Ms. Scanlon brought this up, and redlining is terrible and it's wrong. And I can say this, that I do not believe that this bill does anything to address redlining.
And because I'm just kind of curious if this was going on at Wells Fargo, how we found out, if there wasn't things, if there wasn't an investigation or something already that was already proactively
These are
happening.
press reports that have hit of late, so I don't know what else to say.
I mean, and did anything, and maybe the chairwoman can answer, did anything happen to them when they found out they were doing it was found out they did all these horrible things?
Let me just say that we do have ways by which we take close look at certain issues relative to the banking community. And we've had a rather close eye on Wells Fargo for a long time because of the tremendous problems that they have had. We have worked with them. We did everything from basically support getting rid of some of the board members. They've had a new chief for quite some time. But when you take a look at Wells Fargo, they have not been able to come out from under the basic problems that they've had for a long time. They may have corrected some of them, but the fines keep going. And the fines are basically the cost of doing business. And yes, there was some tracking of this information about how
Excuse
they
me,
would.
Madam Chair, but
Yeah.
I guess I'm confused as to who did the study. Is it
The LA Times did.
Oh,
No,
okay.
no, no, no,
All right,
no,
but
no.
then,
No, no, no,
but then
no, no,
you've
no,
been
no, no, no,
tracking
no,
them?
no, no.
The Congress has been
One
tracking?
of the reasons the Republicans hate the CFPB is because they do good work. And so the CFPB is responsible for much of the information that we get that's dealing with the banking, the banks.
CFPB.
CFPB learned it from the LA
Consumer
Times.
Financial.
Okay, one at a time.
Yeah.
Wait, 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 wait.
I'm so sorry, yes, we're speaking in financial service lingo here, but the commuter, I'm sorry.
Would the gentlelady yield?
One at a time.
Well, I just want to know what CFPB, and someone started, Mr.
Consu-
Perlmutter, I'll yield if you'll tell me.
Consumer
what that-
Financial Protection Bureau.
Okay, thank you.
And let me just say, since you asked, Bloomberg took a close look at this issue, and they did an investigation on it, and Bloomberg did reveal what was going on in Wells Fargo.
And I appreciate the articles, but I guess I'm looking for where it actually came from and how, I mean, we can't just base our policy on an article that we saw in the
Would the
paper.
gentlelady yield again? So this is.
Of course, Mr. Perlmutter.
So this comes from my subcommittee, the Consumer Protection Financial Institutions. And Wells Fargo's been operating under a whole range of consent orders for a variety of things that happened after the recession of 2008. And they clean those up, they take 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. So they've been operating under a microscope. Justice Department, the CFPB, whole bunch of, in the.
Potential lenders in general, a
And,
large number of
yeah,
them.
lenders in general, but Wells Fargo in particular, because they've been operating under these consent decrees to clean up, and it's a different thing that pops up each time. And so they really have been under a microscope. And sometimes they clean it up, as the chairwoman said, and they do make progress, and then they fall back. And that's really been what's been disheartening about all this.
Okay, well, thank you, and I appreciate that because, Madam Chair, you were just kind of saying, Wells Fargo did this, Wells Fargo did that, and I wanted to understand where we were basing, if we were taking these strides in this bill, I wanted to understand if there was basis to it. But Mrs. Wagner, I guess I just am kind of curious as, you know, we're really, really injecting social policy, social politics into, you know, the Federal Reserve. And I'm just wondering, how does this really help the economy, help inflation, help the real pocketbook issues that people are facing?
Well, it does not. And in fact, at a time when, frankly, the Fed has done perhaps too little, too late, and with the dual mandate already with unemployment and on top of price stability, to interject additional factors for them to have to consider when they're looking at price stability and inflation, I think is way over the top at this point in time, and is something that honestly they have enough on their plate, as I said, a little too late in addressing our inflationary situation right now that is the highest in 40 years. And I have great concerns about what's going to happen to GDP. As I said, we saw it down last quarter, and I think, I hope not, but we fear that we're going to have the same reports coming out here very soon, which will trigger recession. We've seen how the markets have reacted. We've seen small businesses shutter. And I don't care whether it's labor shortages, you can talk about unemployment rates, but let me tell you, there's one labor shortage after another, one supply chain issue, a lack of energy independence, and prices that are so high. And all we do is hear about Putin. And I think you had another group in here before, you're talking about meat and poultry and processors, and it's the big oil companies. It's spending, out of control spending by the Democrats in Congress that have brought us to this place in time where we have families that are trying to make both ends meet that aren't making a living wage because the increases that they've gotten are now being paid in a high tax that is called inflation.
And on that same kind of vein, Mrs. Wagner, is, you know, there's a lot of new requirements and compliance issues that are going to happen under this legislation. And you know, when you factor all of that in on financial institutions, I guess you know, and some of them have, you know, really the requirements are going to have no bearing on creditworthiness and things like that. And I'm just kind of wondering what you think could potentially be the cost of, you know, what happens to the cost of credit,
Well,
and what happens to the.
It's impossible to know. There are so many, and was going through them earlier today, all of the different testings and reviews and data collections, and you can go on, reporting requirements, studies, strategic plan, ratings, data releasing, advisory groups. All of this adds up. This is the big hand of government reaching in to business and causing their costs to go up. And guess what happens? Ms. Fishbach, it is passed on to you and me and real people out there that are trying to make both ends meet at a time when they can't even afford gas, groceries, and they can't even find baby.
And I will say the same people that, you know, that they're saying this is going to help is the same people it's going to hurt with the cost of
I think
cost of credit
exponentially.
claim. And I just wanted to ask if there's anything else you'd like to add, Representative Wagner.
Nothing. As I said, that we had, I believe, bipartisan support for 5 of the 13. I wish we could have moved forward on those, but here we are. Thank you.
And with that, Madam Chair,
I yield
back.
Ms. Fishbach,
I yielded back.
great. I'm going to recognize Ms. Ross and ask her to please yield back some time to Chairwoman Maxine Waters. She has a response.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chairwoman, if you don't mind, I'd like to just make a brief statement, and then I will yield my remaining time to you, and maybe something from my statement will be of some service to you.
Thank you.
I just want to state the plain fact that people of color in the United States, particularly Black, Indigenous, and Latino people, continue to suffer worse economic outcomes than white Americans. And this is based on a history of discrimination, including slavery. Let's just state the facts. This inequality remains a stain on our country's promise, and it holds us back from achieving our full potential. And these inequalities result, as I said, from systemic barriers to success for people of color, the legacy of slavery and active racial discrimination, including for our indigenous population, who, by the way, was here first. The COVID-19 pandemic has had disproportionate negative economic impacts on communities of color, and we cannot allow these harms to persist. The Federal Reserve's monetary policy partially determines the unemployment rate, and the unemployment rate differs across racial groups. Monetary policy cannot be race blind. The Fed can only ensure a healthy economy for everyone by taking into account the ways in which their policies may have different impacts on people in different socioeconomic and racial groups. Requiring the Fed to report on racial and ethnic disparities and economic trends, as well as gender and educational disparities, will help us obtain the data we need to target policies appropriately to measure our progress and identify areas for improvement. I want to single out part of the Fed as doing an excellent job of this, and that is the St. Louis Fed under the leadership of Ray Bachura. I will tell you, and I commend the St. Louis Fed. Unfortunately, North Carolina is part of the Richmond Fed, which really hasn't cared a lot about these issues for a real long time because we're part of the South. We need to take a proactive approach to ending racial gaps in jobs, wages, and wealth. And the Federal Reserve needs to do this across the board. We need to act more like the St. Louis Fed, which is a model for doing this in an excellent way. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time to the chairwoman.
Thank you so very much for that very, very profound description of what is happening and what has happened historically. Unfortunately, there's been an attempt to overshadow what this bill does by talking about inflation. Well, let me tell you about inflation. You allude to the supply chain and other possibilities. Poor people live with inflation every day because our communities are targeted by businesses that come into our community and they overcharge, they exploit, they payday loan. And so we know what inflation is because we are treated in a fashion that causes us to have to struggle to buy basic necessities and pay more for them than others are paying in other communities. So this is not about, my bill, inflation. This is about discrimination. This is about the historic discrimination that has caused a lack of wealth and poverty. And what I'm suggesting is that we can, if we choose to, do something about it. And so I thank you so very much for the points that you have made. You're absolutely correct. And I am hoping that somewhere along the line that there are those who are opposed to fairness and justice and equality will have the courage to stand up and join with those of us who are fighting to make America what America claims to be and should be. And so I thank you, and I yield back, Ms. Torres. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse. Okay, does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Seeing none, I would like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. Please leave with our stenographer or submit electronically anything that you would like inserted into the record. You are now excused.
Bye-bye.
And let me welcome our next panel to testify on amendments. Mr. Ronnie Davis joining us virtually, and Andy Barr. Okay, Mr. Davis, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Chairman McGovern and also Ranking Member Cook for holding this hearing today. I'd like to speak on two amendments that I filed regarding the bills we're considering on the floor this week. Amendment number 14 to H.R. 2533, the Financial Services Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act, and Amendment number 2 to H.R. 7606, the Local Food and Fuels Costs Act. I would proud to introduce the First Amendment.
Mr. Davis, you're cutting in and out.
Yeah.
Please start over.
Can you hang on while we figure out
Your mic.
your mic is not coming in. It's cutting in and out. Do you mind if we allow Mr. Barr to go ahead of you? Okay. Mr. Barr, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate the opportunity to offer three amendments to the H.R. 2543. Amendment number 8, Amendment number 10, Amendment number 9, and Amendment number 10. So I'll start with Amendment number 8. This amendment would make the enactment of the policies in the bill contingent on the Federal Reserve actually meeting its 2% inflation target. On Friday, as all of us know, the Consumer Price Index number was released at 8.6%, the highest Consumer Price Index inflation figure in 40 years. U.S. consumer prices accelerated last month at the fastest rate since 1981. I'm seeing firsthand how inflation and historically high increases in prices are affecting households and businesses in my district. Everything costs more in America today, from the price at the pump to groceries to a can of paint at the hardware store, used cars, new cars, construction materials. Everything costs more in America. Reducing inflationary pressure should be our top priority, our focused priority, in order to protect the financial security of all Americans. And Americans feel the same way. According to recent polls, 80% of Americans say inflation is the most important issue facing them, their households, in the United States. And at a time when the Fed should be laser focused, exclusively focused on price stability, its mandate, when it should be focused on quantitative tightening, right-sizing its balance sheet, and working to reduce inflation levels, Congress should not be passing legislation that would politicize the Fed, add responsibilities to the Fed, not core to its mission of price stability, and legislation that would force the Fed to further divert its focus, resources, and attention outside and beyond of the inflation crisis in our country. The Federal Reserve's sole attention should be fulfilling its price stability mandate and on reducing inflation levels, not on pursuing controversial social policies beyond the competency, expertise, and authority of the Fed. The Fed does not have the statutory mandate or authority to weigh into controversial social policies, diversity and inclusion, or any of these other equity issues. That's our responsibility. Those are important topics. But why on earth would the Congress or the executive branch cede these responsibilities to the Fed, which is not doing its job as it is? The Fed is presiding over the worst inflation in 40 years. It's made a historic mistake to fail to respond to inflationary fiscal policies, policies that constrain the demand of energy, constrain the supply of energy, produce excess demand through overspending. The Federal Reserve failed to tighten in a timely manner, and we're now going to give the Fed other responsibilities that would take its eye off the ball even further. I think this is wholly misguided. My amendment will ensure that the Federal Reserve remains focused on its primary mission of relieving inflationary pressures and ultimately protecting Americans' paychecks. And let me just draw this analogy. Tonight, you've got Game 5 of the NBA Finals. And the job of Steph Curry is to make baskets. He's a shooter. That's his job. So when we ask the basketball player to focus on making baskets, what we don't ask the basketball player to do is to practice scuba diving, because that's not the job of Steph Curry. Steph Curry's job is to make baskets and win Game 5. His job is not to do things outside of his expertise, competency, or frankly, what his jersey stands for. And that's what we're doing with this bill. Amendment number 9, this second amendment inserts my bill, the Promoting Access to Capital in Underbanked Communities Act. This bill would ease barriers to de novo new bank formation, which will promote broader financial inclusion in underserved areas. If that's our goal here, we shouldn't be politicizing the Fed. We should be removing regulatory barriers to new bank formation in this country. Since 2008 financial crisis, de novo formation has significantly slowed, and there's been large declines in the number of bank branches, which disproportionately hits rural and underserved communities. The Federal Reserve identified 44 counties considered deeply affected by trends in bank closures and consolidation. 89% of the identified deeply affected counties are rural counties, including Nicholas County in my district. Rural community banks need regulatory relief to combat the trend in closures and consolidation. This bill would incentivize de novo bank formation and increase financial inclusion in underserved areas by easing burdensome regulations on new bank charters. I will note that my good friend from Colorado, member of the Rules Committee and also a member of our committee, is a co-sponsor of this bill. The bill directs federal banking regulators to phase in capital requirements, which is a major obstacle to bank formation. The formation of de novo banks is extremely important for our financial system and for the underserved areas that these institutions serve. This bill will kickstart economic recovery in underserved and rural communities. It will promote financial inclusion, which is the stated goal of this bill. And because we must support these underserved communities and increase access to capital for households and businesses around the country, I urge this committee to make in order this amendment, which would do that. Finally, amendment number 10, striking field of membership expansion. And again, my friend from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, and I had a nice colloquy about this because we both agree that we need to expand access to financial services in these underserved areas. But it's equally important that we do it in the right way, not in a way that would actually unwittingly or unintentionally undermine or diminish the types and variety of financial services and products in underserved areas. And that's why I'm offering this amendment that would strike provisions in the bill that would remove or broadly expand the field of membership requirements on community-based credit unions. Let me just say, first of all, the goal of this amendment is laudable. The goal is laudable, and that is that we want to help. We want to invite more institutions into these underserved communities, but we can't do it in the wrong way. We want to increase access to banking services and financial services in underserved areas, but we need to make sure we do it without harming the diverse nature of those communities' financial system. There is no doubt that there is an important role that credit unions play in the financial ecosystem and in communities all around this country. Credit unions, in fact, are uniquely situated to provide financial inclusion in underserved areas, but we also need a healthy, diverse ecosystem of lenders and credit providers in these areas, from credit unions to fintechs to non-banks and community banks. We should not endeavor to address the problem of banking deserts by undermining competition in those areas or by diverting underserved individuals through an overemphasis and focus on underserved areas and by blowing up the common bond requirement for field of membership and commercial loan limits. So I can go into my concerns about the way in which this credit union provision would, I think, wrongly and misguidedly attempt to expand financial services to underserved areas. But needless to say, we need all kinds of institutions, not just large national credit unions, to displace other types of financial service providers in these underserved areas. And I worry that these provisions would do this. The other concern I have with this provision is around the lack of a common bond in expanding field of memberships. The provisions in this bill that would allow credit unions to enter underserved communities would not require a credit union to expand contiguous to its current market. So under this provision, federal credit unions could expand into multiple markets throughout the country regardless of where they're located. This totally obliterates credit unions' mission of having a common bond in membership. And moreover, this bill would exempt loans made by credit unions to businesses in underserved areas from the credit union member business lending cap. This lending expansion isn't limited to community credit unions that are trying to expand their field of membership to serve underserved communities, but also encompasses credit unions with other field of membership types. Under this provision, credit unions with all different fields of memberships, not just those serving underserved populations, could make commercial loans in these designated areas if they have a member operating in the area without it going to their membership business lending cap. So we need to be cognizant of this loophole. So in conclusion, I recognize the important role that credit unions play in providing financial inclusion in underserved areas, a very important role. But we can't do that. We can't invite credit unions in a way that would displace other non-credit union lenders. And rural banks, non-banks that are not credit unions, not large national credit unions, and small credit unions, they play an important role in those underserved communities as well. So we want diverse financial ecosystems, and we don't need unlevel playing field. So these prudent amendments are necessary to reduce inflation levels and increase capital for underserved areas around the country. And with that, I encourage this committee to make these amendments order, and I'm happy to answer any questions or get the feedback of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. We will hear from Mr. Davis, and then we'll go to questions. Mr. Davis.
Great. Can you hear me now, Madam Chair?
Much better.
Great. Hey, I'd like to speak on two amendments that I filed regarding the bills we are considering on the floor this week. Amendment number 14 to H.R. 2543, Financial Services, Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act, and Amendment number 2 to H.R. 7606, the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act. I was proud to introduce the First Amendment, number 14, to the Financial Services Bill with my colleague on this committee, Representative Michelle Fischbach, to repeal the small business loan debt protection requirement under the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. If the CFPB goes through with what they proposed, effectively all financial institutions will be mandated to collect and report demographic data to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau on all credit applications. Further, under the proposed rule, these institutions will have to report ethnicity and race based on visual observation and/or survey if an applicant refuses to self-report demographic data. That's absolutely unheard of for the federal government to mandate. Under the rule, financial institutions of all types and sizes would be required to acquire new costly IT infrastructure and hire additional staff to compete. Ultimately, this will only serve as an obstacle to obtaining credit for those who need it, and that's why my colleagues and I introduced this. With inflation raging, there should be an appreciation for common sense solutions that decrease direct spending and increase access to credit that will create jobs and opportunities for communities across the country. That's exactly what this amendment would do. I urge the committee to make this amendment in order. Now, regarding amendment number 2, H.R. 7606, I was proud to work with Ranking Member Thompson and several other members of the committee on it, and I hope this committee will consider making it in order. My amendment removes Title I of the bill, the most controversial provision, the Meat and Poultry Special Investigator Act, which would create an unfunded special investigator office at USDA with litigation authority to investigate meat packers and live poultry dealers without the Department of Justice. This bill has widespread opposition from industry, as previously mentioned by Ranking Member Thompson, and it really shouldn't be a part of this package. This entire package of bills is actually a big political gotcha. The majority knows it. That's why they took good bipartisan bills and moved through the Ag Committee on voice, packed them with this giant poison pill that frankly is nothing more than a solution in search of a problem. Instead of creating a bill that's good for ag producers across the board that will address the issues families are in the immediate period, Democrats insist on pitting industries against each other. I'm a big supporter of our biofuels industry. I absolutely support year-round E15 and increased funds for higher blends infrastructure. That's why I introduced this amendment. These biofuels bills are more timely than ever to pass, given skyrocketing gas prices. We all know increased availability of higher blends of fuel decreases gas prices in the immediate. Families in my district deserve more than the Democrats playing politics when the average price of gas is now over $5 a gallon. The Democrats would rather cobble together a package that has no chance of becoming law out of political convenience. They continue to push an anti-liquid fuels agenda. This is simply unacceptable. It's disappointing that there isn't more willingness from the majority to put in the work to negotiate a package in good faith that would actually accomplish something as it relates to gas prices, rising ag inputs, and even inflation. I urge the committee to make this amendment work, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I must say that I would oppose both of these, or all of these amendments, as they would make changes to this bill that we could not support. Mr. Barr, I really liked your basketball analogy. I would say Colin Kaepernick is also an example of, we just wanted him to continue to make touchdowns, right? But unfortunately, because he stood up and protested over racial injustice, he has not had a job since 2020. So when we talk about finding opportunities where opportunities may not be in our communities, that's what these bills are trying to accomplish. And with that, I'm going to yield to the ranking member, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Our good friend, Ranking Member Westerman, is trying to help us out, so I asked unanimous consent to submit for the record a statement from Mr. Westerman in support of amendment number 25 to H.R. 2773, number 3 to H.R. 7606, and number 56 and 57 to H.R. 2543.
Without objection.
We're grateful. I'm going to take issue with my friend from Kentucky and my good friend, the chair. Quite frankly, I hope Steph Curry does concentrate on scuba diving. I want Boston to win. And he sure scorched the nets the last time he was out there in Game 4, man. That guy knows how to shoot.
You weren't bad mouthing the Celtics, were you?
I was rooting for him, Mr. Chairman. You know, if my team didn't make the playoffs, so I'm going to be for Boston. They're my second favorite. And they were my favorite until Oklahoma City had a pro team, so you can understand that. But I do want to make one point. These are all thoughtful amendments, and you know it'll be tough, with all due respect to all my friends, for us to get them in. It's just the way this committee works. It's 9 to 4. I understand that. I've been on both sides of that split. I understand why it works that way. But you know, I am struck by both Mr. Davis and your amendments and some of the ones Mr. Westerman had on dealing with the Fed and dealing with the whole interest rate issue. Look, I think most of us would agree, certainly I think most outside agree, the Fed was woefully short in responding to this. I mean, they just flat got it wrong. And Secretary Yellen, to her credit, basically said that about herself, but it could have been applied in a much broader scale. And I think she was right to do that. And I commend her for having done it. What does bother me going forward, and I just say this to put it on the record and then move on, is right now it seems to me we're counting, and particularly the administration's counting only on the Fed to do this. I don't think that's possible. The Fed isn't the only force that got us into this by a long shot. A lot of spending did, some things nobody could have predicted, like Ukraine did as well. There's a whole variety of factors. So it's going to take, as you suggest in one of your amendments, an all hands on deck, laser-like focus going forward. And I have 4 modest suggestions for the administration, which seems to now want the Fed to do all the heavy lifting, even though there's lots of stuff they can do. First thing would be to reduce domestic spending. We have a lot of money out there that was overcommitted, that hasn't even been spent yet on COVID relief, hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, maybe well north of $1 trillion. We ought to look at bringing some or as much of that back as possible. Second, was this administration that launched disastrous energy policies from day one, and we are all paying for in the prompt, and they do make a difference. I mean, having 800,000 barrels available from Canada through the XL would make a difference. You know, more robust exploration would do it. Not berating the energy industry, even before you were president of the United States, saying, we hate you guys, we're going to put you out of business, I'm declaring war on you. Boy, that creates a real favorable investment environment. Third thing I would say, and the administration hasn't done this yet, and I hope they don't. I hope they listen to my good friend Mitch Daniels, a former director of the OMB and former governor of Indiana, and now the president of Purdue University. For goodness sake, don't forgive hundreds of billions of dollars of student debt. You want to talk about something that's inflationary and creates, number one, unfair to anybody that didn't go to college. We're going to put this off, or anybody that paid off their deal, we're going to put this debt on you. It's just inflationary as all get out. And number 5, and you sort of talked on this a little bit because you talked a lot about the regulatory burden, go back and look at Dodd-Frank. Look, I don't have my credit unions and my banks disagree on certain things. I respect that. The one thing they all agree on, boy, they hated Dodd-Frank because it created enormous additional regulatory burdens for them. And you get rid of that, you'll probably get a lot better result in terms of getting institutions into underserved areas. And again, I've watched this thing. I'm sorry, if your aim was to weaken the hold of the big banks and you pass a bill and all of a sudden they have a bigger share of the market than they ever had before, maybe your legislation didn't do exactly what it was intended to do. And maybe we ought to revisit it. Doesn't mean we have to do everything, but treating it in a sacrosanct manner, particularly in this environment, is a huge mistake. So I want to thank my friends for their work, for their ideas, and certainly thank my friend particularly on the financial services. These are 2 of the more thoughtful members that we have. as is Mr. Westerman, who submitted his statements for the record. So I hope due consideration is given to your bills or your amendments, but don't count me as having a lot of them. Yield back.
Thank you very much. And before I yield to Mr. Perlmutter, I want to excuse Mr. Davis.
There's no excusing Mr. Davis.
And I also, without objection, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record statements from Representative Jackson Lee and the Statement of Administration Policy on H.R. 2443, and I now yield to Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and to my friend, Mr. Barr. We've had this argument in financial services. From my point of view, allowing credit unions to provide financial services in these rural areas, in unbanked areas, is just a positive step. Small banks, big banks, they have the right to do on-bank, I think is what it's called. So we want to try to get to different populations. And I think that the bill, as drafted, does that. You and I disagreed before. It's a belief that it gives the credit unions a little head start. I don't agree with that, but we need to get to these populations. So my friend and I have disagreed on this in committee. We're going to disagree about it now, and I just thank you. I would say to Ms. Fishbach, I wish Mr. Davis were on here, but when we're talking about ethanol, and I've been a supporter of this now for 16 years, I wish we would have better. I guess what I'm disappointed in is that we haven't had more success with ethanol than we have. It's not been the panacea that we had hoped it would be. And we've subsidized it for a long time in this country. And, maybe at $5, we don't have to subsidize it anymore, that it really will be an alternative fuel that will benefit all of us. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Dr. Burgess.
All my questions were for Mr. Davis.
I'm sorry, I thought it was pre-cleared. We can call him back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Just briefly, and let me just, in a point of agreement with my friend from Colorado, I agree with you that credit unions are well-positioned to come into these underserved areas. In fact, the mission of many of these member-driven organizations is, in fact, to serve low and moderate income populations. Credit unions can do that now, and and they have a lot of advantages to do that. They have a tax exemption. They are exempt from various regulations. They're exempt from the Community Reinvestment Act. They have a mission, in many cases, to serve these underserved areas. But the one thing that has defined the credit union legal architecture over the years is this idea of a common bond. And if you permit a large national credit union to come into an underserved area with all of those tax and regulatory advantages, I think one of the unintended consequences could be actually diminished access to financial services with respect to the diversity of services and products that should be available. That's why I appreciate your co-sponsorship of the De Novo Charter Bill. And I'm interested in talking to the credit unions about other ways we could invite more credit union activity in these underserved areas in a way that doesn't blow the doors open off of this common bond concept. And I'll yield.
Mr. Burgess, would you yield to me for a second? Maybe. I just say to my friend that the common bond was something that really was an important part of the credit union approach, but that was 30 years ago. We have more or less dismissed and eliminated common bonds since then. And because we wanted to have this more membership-driven opportunity. And there's this tension that has existed from the beginning between credit unions and banks, and that's just going to exist.
Reclaiming my time?
I give back.
I yield back.
Okay, Ms. Scanlon.
Yeah, I guess my bigger concern with this legislation is making access to banking more available. And I personally have been a member of a credit union for 40 years and have found that a great way to introduce my kids, et cetera. But beyond the tension between credit unions and banks, I'm more concerned with the tension with payday lenders and how many people in our communities are dependent upon these payday lender schemes, which suck up their money because they're unbanked. So the bill seems to provide a reasonable solution, and I would support it for that reason. I yield back.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Mr. Chairman, I'd yield back unless Mr. Perlmutter would like me to yield him more time. I see that as a no. I yield back.
Please don't. I agreed with you once today. Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Barr, for being here. I just wanted to associate myself with the distinguished gentleman from Oklahoma. As a Celtics fan, I hope Steph Curry does anything else but shoot baskets tonight.
Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Desaulniers.
What that was about Steph Curry, but I have nothing else to say.
Ms. Ross.
I have no questions. I yield back.
Mr. Neguse. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Barr? Well, I will say this about Steph. I'll say something nice about Steph Curry. His wife Aisha is not only a great chef, but is a leader in the anti-hunger movement in California and across the country, doing some really quite incredible stuff. So I still want her husband to lose. Anyway, no, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other members who wish to testify on HR 7606, HR 2773, or HR 2543? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on HR 7606, HR 2773, HR 2543. All right. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move the committee report a structured rule for consideration of HR 2543, the Financial Services, Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Economic Justice Act. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate on the bill, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-49, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides that following debate, each further amendment printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report not earlier considered as part of amendments on block pursuant to Section 3 shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 3 of the rule provides that at any time after debate, the chair of the Committee on Financial Services or her designee may offer amendments on block consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report not earlier disposed of. Amendments on block shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the report and amendments on block described in Section 3 of the resolution. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 2773, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act of 2021, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate on the bill, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-47, modified by the amendment printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides that following debate, each further amendment printed in Part D of the Rules Committee report, not earlier considered as part of the amendments on block pursuant to Section 7, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. Section 7 of the rule provides that at any time after debate, the chair of the Committee on Natural Resources or his designee may offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part D of the Rules Committee report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part D of the report and amendments en bloc described in Section 7 of the resolution. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 7606, the Lower Food and Fuel Costs Act, under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Agriculture. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute, consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-50, modified by the amendment printed in Part E of the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only those further amendments to H.R. 7606 printed in Part F of the Rules Committee report. Each such amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. The rule waives all points of order against the amendments printed in Part F of the report. The rule provides one motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides that House Resolution 188 is amended by striking June 17, 2022, each place it appears, and inserting June 22, 2022. I yield back.
Thank you. You heard the motion from the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. Are there any amendments or discussion? Mr. Cole.
Thank you. I want to begin by once again congratulating my friend from Pennsylvania for getting through all that flawlessly. He is clearly the committee's best rule reader. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee add language to the rule that would eliminate the ability of the to vote remotely by proxy. Mr. Chairman, it's been more than 2 years since the implementation of this drastic fundamental change to how the House of Representatives operates. Today, group tours are now fully accessible to the public, with groups of up to 50 people being allowed to tour the Capitol grounds. Members crowd the floor appropriately to cast their votes. And the CDC just eliminated their COVID test requirement for international travels. Proxy voting has been abused by members of both parties as a matter of convenience, not as a matter of public safety or personal safety. Yet the Speaker continues to extend the public health emergency procedures. How can the House Sergeant at Arms, on the one hand, continue to open up the Capitol to additional tours, and on the other, certify to the Speaker that a public health emergency still exists? The reality is this is simply a political game that allows the majority to continue to maximize its narrow numbers, but also allows, frankly, members to not show up to do their job. So it's long overdue. And let me stress, that's members on both sides of the aisle. It's long overdue to repeal the use of the proxy voting and to return the House to how it operated for more than 230 years. So I would urge the adoption of my motion and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I would just simply respond by saying that one is people are still getting COVID, people on the Capitol campus. And so I do think, that we need to be cautious in how we proceed. Secondly, I agree with the gentleman. As the chair of the committee that implemented proxy voting, it was meant to basically provide people an opportunity to continue to represent their constituents if they either had COVID or someone in their family had COVID or it wasn't safe for them to travel. And I hope that people will utilize it for that reason. To those who have abused it in both parties, I hope the press cover that and ask them why they are abusing something that is supposed to be used as a necessity and has to be COVID-related. You know, I don't, you know, I mean, obviously we're not a police force up here to monitor what every single person does, but I do still believe that there is that there is value to this, but I will also agree with the gentleman that those who abuse it ought to be called out. I think it's wrong. So I will oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge a no vote. So the vote is now on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it.
And then I'd ask for yeas and nays.
Yeas in it?
Ask for recorded.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Members not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule to provide an open rule for H.R. 2543. This rule blocks a number of Republican amendments, frankly, that simply strike specific sections of the bill. Why these properly drafted amendments were blocked from receiving floor consideration, I'll never know. Amendments that just strike specific sections of a bill are among the most straightforward and reasonable ones that any member can offer. And the committee's record on making Republican amendments in order is pretty dismal, and I can't say I'm particularly surprised about this, but by latest count, just for the record, Republicans have submitted 2,419 amendments. The committee has blocked all but 345 for consideration. That's 22% of all amendments made in order. And 60% of all amendments have been offered by Democrats and made in order. So this committee, I think, is needlessly blocking pretty straightforward amendments that ought to be considered. Let me add one other thing. Sometimes, and I've done this in my career, I can get an amendment on the floor, and even if it gets defeated, I can go ahead and vote for the bill. Because number one, my constituents know I tried to amend it, and number two, I balance the thing out. Okay, it's still better than nothing at all. And I think when we shut out amendments, particularly these kind of amendments, they're not got-you amendments, they're pretty straight up, I think we actually make it harder. There's clearly a lot of things in a couple of these bills that are bipartisan, and you get to make the decision how you want to package these products and bring it to the floor. It's unfortunate because I think the bipartisan ones, our friend Ranking Member Thompson of Agriculture made clear earlier, would get the kind of support that would help them develop momentum in the United States Senate. Right now, it looks to me that a number of these things are more likely to be messaging bills. Last point, I mean, there's one of these bills I certainly intend to vote for, but I would feel a lot better if I got to vote for some of the amendments Mr. Westerman wanted on the wildlife, because I think they're eminently reasonable. I would not expect to prevail on those amendments, quite frankly. You're the majority for a reason, but a lot of us that want to help you on some of these things at least need to be able to point to, okay, yeah, we tried to do that, we tried to do that, and it's unfortunate that that doesn't happen. So, again, I would like to make some of those amendments in order, or just have an open rule. I think we could get this done, and it would give you your first open rule of the Congress. That's a good thing to have the last 4 or 5 months, so you can at least say you didn't have a goose egg at the end. So with that, I yield back.
No, and I appreciate it, and I guess if I were in your position, I'd probably say the same thing, and I did, because we never got an open rule in the last time my friends were in charge. I would say that the statistics are a little misleading because a number of the amendments that were submitted that we had hoped to make in order were not in order. I mean, we just couldn't make them in order. I would also say that, that a number of amendments, and it's not just Republican amendments, but some Democratic amendments, were submitted today. And we just did not have the time to process them. And so I appreciate the gentleman's comments and requests, but I would respectfully urge a no vote. The question is now on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
That I would ask for recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole?
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Members not agreed to. Further amendments. Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 2 to H.R. 7606, offered by Mr. Davis of Illinois. Substitute amendment removes Title I of the Rules Committee print, the Meat and Poultry Special Investigator, but retains the additional titles included in the bill. Mr. Chairman, as we've discussed at length today, it's unfortunate to see partisan language included in Title I stand in the way of a potentially bipartisan package. Simple amendment would leave the package intact while removing the most partisan provision. We've heard the legitimate Republican concerns regarding Title I, and this amendment will simply allow the will of the House to decide if it wants to move forward with a partisan package or a bipartisan package. Certainly, regardless of personal opinions on the policy of Title I, such an important decision should at least deserve a vote on the House floor. So I urge adoption of the amendment.
I thank the gentleman. I would just take issue with the statement that this is a partisan provision. As I stated before, there are Republicans who support that provision, and I named a couple of them during the debate. And I, again, would urge a no vote. The vote is on the Cole Amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler? Mr. Rushenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order, amendment number 25 to H.R. 2773, offered by Ranking Member Westerman of Arkansas. This amendment makes the funding in the bill subject to appropriations and creates a 7-year sunset to allow Congress to revisit the program's efficacy. It also strikes funding for Title III. Mr. Chairman, as we've discussed today, there are many Republicans who have serious concerns about the funding in this bill. It's unfortunate that a deal could not come together to ensure that this bill is fiscally responsible and provides the correct opportunity for congressional oversight. But here's the good news. It's not too late. The amendment offered by Ranking Member Westerman will do just that. We've heard plenty of solid arguments today on the need for this amendment, and certainly there should be an opportunity for the will of the House to decide on this amendment through a vote. To decline it seems petty, inorganic, and inflexible. I urge adoption of my motion, and I yield back.
You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on. Mr. Doug?
Just curious, did you say inorganic?
I did say inorganic.
Yeah, I did double take on that too. Okay, but,
Like concrete,
okay.
stone, immutable.
So now that we've defined what that means, so the vote is on the Burgess amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ask for a recorded vote.
Mrs. Torres? No. Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin?
Mr. Raskin?
No.
Unmute. Okay.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Members not agree to further amendments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 7 to H.R. 2543, offered by Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia. This amendment makes implementation of the bill contingent on a GAO cost-benefit analysis and report to Congress determining the bill will not increase costs for small businesses or raise the cost of credit for consumers. Mr. Chairman, Congress has no business passing legislation that will increase costs for consumers and small businesses. The American economy is struggling. While we certainly disagree on the reason, you claim corporate greed, we point to this administration's reckless spending and crushing regulatory burden. Despite that disagreement, I hope we can agree on the fact that Congress should not pass bills that don't help the American people, plain and simple. The fact that the rule blocks this amendment is quite frankly ridiculous. All this amendment says is that the Government Accountability Office should do an independent and nonpartisan analysis to make sure the legislation doesn't increase costs for our constituents. With historic inflation, families in my district and families across the country can't afford these partisan wish lists masquerading as legislation. The only reason to oppose this motion is if you already know this bill will increase costs for families and small businesses and want to hide that fact from the American people. I urge adoption of my motion, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think we interpret it as not just a report, but potentially a poison pill for this bill. But I would urge a no vote. You heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Reschenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Being the chair, the
No.
noes have. Recorded vote has been requested.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Members not agree to further amendments. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 18 to H.R. 2543, offered by my good friend, Mr. French Hill of Arkansas. This amendment strikes Title I and ensures the central bank focuses exclusively on containing inflation. Mr. Chairman, over the weekend, the national average for the price of a gallon of gasoline hit $5 a gallon. In fact, gas prices have more than doubled since President Biden took office. 80% of Americans say inflation is the most important issue facing the country, and this isn't surprising. Inflation is eating into hardworking Americans' paychecks. According to Bloomberg Economics, families will spend an extra $5,200 this year compared to last year for the same goods and services. At a time when our central bank has failed to carry out its current mandate to contain inflation, Democrats want the Fed to not only be a climate regulator, but also solve racism. Congressman Hill's amendment deserves floor consideration so the full House can decide if the Federal Reserve should focus exclusively on its most important mission, to contain inflation. Expanding the Fed's mandate to address socioeconomic disparities would further inject uncertainty and risk into the Fed's monetary policy responsibility and politicize our historically independent central bank. House Republicans believe we ought to return to sane monetary policy. We welcome this debate on the House floor, and it's disappointing that Democrats are hiding behind a closed process to avoid discussing these important issues. I urge the adoption of my motion, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? I don't think there's any. Okay. The vote is on the Reschenthaler amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Neither chair, the noes have it. Yeas and nays have been requested.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole?
No.
Aye. Mr. Burgess?
Neguse votes no.
Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Did you give it, Mr. Neguse, how did he vote?
Mr. Neguse is not recorded.
Mr. Neguse, how did you vote?
Mr. Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendments not agreed to. Further amendments. Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee make an order amendment number 16 to H.R. 2773 offered by Mr. Moore of Utah. This amendment strikes Title III Endangered Species Recovery and Habitat Conservation Legacy Fund from the underlying bill. Mr. Chairman, Title III was not included in the original markup of H.R. 2773 and instead has been dropped into the Rules Committee print before us today. This amendment simply allows the House to vote on a return to regular order by stripping the portion of the legislation that did not have an opportunity to be marked up. Even if you agree with the policy behind Title III, it's important that the process plays out as intended, and it's unfortunate to see language without a markup reach the floor. I urge the adoption of my motion and yield back.
You heard the General Lee's amendment. Any discussion? If not, the vote is on the Fishbach amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier?
No.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk, report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
Amendments not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Hearing none, the question is now on the motion offered from the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. The gentleman's asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. DeSaulnier?
Aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier, aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk, report the total.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
The motion is agreed to, and Mr. DeSaulnier will carry it for the Democrats. And I think, that's it. So thank you, everybody. Without objection, committee's in recess. Committee's adjourned.